And there we go. 2 o'clock on the Saturday. It's 1 hour later than this stream usually starts, but all the other stream days are at this time, so I changed it. I hope somebody hasn't been sitting around an hour hoping and waiting. I doubt that would have happened, but yeah, let's get this show on the road. Hi. Hello. Yes, we're back. The other 2 days we have been there. That's where we have been working with things. Now we're here at this little table because now I get to sit down and not stand up the whole time. And we're doing the last bits on this one before we start painting. And what we have left to do is some little rivets and stuff around here. We need to make some clamps over the hoses and cables, and we need to make 2 like magazines for the ammunitions for his shooty weapons, so we can go shooty. And I was thinking about this, and I'm just gonna make some like drum magazines. So we will we won't have them see-through, of course, but we'll have some drum magazines sitting like there. Oh, starving creativity morning. Welcome. Oh, here we go. A lot of links. What's going on? Oh no, they want to. Yeah. For some reason, the Twitch app now doesn't want to open it in like a Twitch web browser. It just want to open a web browser. So can you just tell me what we're looking at? Maybe I should have the chat up on the computer for links. I don't know. What are you made tools? Okay, so that's tools. Yes. Is it tools on both pictures? All right. So I'm gonna start with the drum magazines for the guns by trying to find some leftover flat bits so we don't have to start cutting into this. Same about, okay, yeah, so this, yeah, I saw that afterwards, yeah, that you said it. Oh, this looks, ooh, this is nice corrugated though. Just what we need for other stuff. We might just have to cut into that. But that's okay. We have the materials, so we can use them, right? That's why we have. Ooh. If I remove this little symbol here, because this is a piece of plastic card that I've glued a bit on. So how are you used crappy pencil for hands? Oh, that's nice. That is pretty smart. So how is everybody doing? Morning, afternoon, everything to everybody who is already here. Nice to see people right up and early in the stream. Of course, here it's not morning, it's just after 2 o'clock in the day. Just scraping off some of the glue. We can sand that down. Okay. So basically we're using some round plastic card to make some drum magazines that will house the ammunition for these big chunking machine gun thingies that he's had. Oh, hello. That's the telephone. Oh, welcome. Oh, it's really nice of you to be here and supportive. It's always nice to have people in the chat or people lurking or whatever. You know, it's all very appreciated. I'm doing great, thanks. I get to stream and hang out with wonderful people. Oh yeah, okay, I see what's going on there. For the wobbly camera, I will adjust accordingly. The thing. Whoa, thank you for that follow, that's the telephone. Welcome. The little table which holds the computer and the camera was leaning on the edge of this, so now we just have table wobble and not so much camera wobble. Let's see, now that I have moved it around, if we can. There we go. Yeah, so what we're doing, we're working on this. We're working on deff threads. I'm gonna make 9 of these in the end. The black parts are ABS 3D printed, designed and 3D printed by me. Then all the other white stuff is plasticard, which is a polystyrene modeling plastic that you can buy in sheets or pipes or whatever. And then we have some green stuff that has been modeled on here for some hoses. And in not for too long, once we got all the final plastic parts, we're gonna get to the painting part, which is usually the fun part. And let me stretch back. And we're gonna end up with something looking a bit more like this in the end. Though, as you might notice, this has 4 weapons that are not shooty, and this has a couple of shooty weapons. So different weapon configurations, and these are for my personal Space Orc army for Warhammer 40k. Oh, did I? Yeah, I updated the stream info this morning. That's good. Trying to figure out when it's good to do all the things, you know, post on all the social media and stuff. So social media stuff got posted right before I went live, and I pre-edited all the stream info as I was having breakfast this morning, so that I don't have to do that when I'm out here in the workshop, which seems to be working out rather well. Is anybody else working on anything funny? Feel free to share art-related and mini-related things and crafting-related things in this chat. As long as your link does not violate terms of service, you are free to post stuff in this chat. We're link-friendly, and we also like to see and encourage other people's work. But also, you don't have to share anything if you don't want to share it, because that might not be a thing that you want to do, and that is okay. So they're not going to be see-through though, as I said, so we're going to take some plastic bits and we're going to glue them on the ends, and then we're going to snip and sand these pieces so they are also round, of course. You think it worked great? Moving camera or building the models, or what is? Well, I think everything is working great. I think you are all working great as well. But if there maybe there was something more specific you were thinking about. Painting on stream after I finish sculpt. Oh, nice, very nice. So you're painting and you're sculpting. That is very cool. If you have anything else that you have done, if you have any Instagram, for example, feel free to post your Instagram so people can pop over. And you said on stream, so I'm guessing you're streaming here on Twitch as well. Maybe somebody with a sword there could do the shouty outy thing, if she has the times. Studio Entire, that's you. I know there's a delay, so it'll take a few seconds before the message comes through. I'm just sanding down these edges so they're and all the pieces so they're flat, and also it gives me some scratches in the plastic, so it's there we go. Thank you very much for that. It's on your Instagram. All right, there's the painting that we have to finish. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, because it's just why do you want to open Google Chrome? Why don't you have Denise on Instagram? Oh my, that is. I can't zoom in on Instagram. I'll have to look I'll have to look through, but now it's in my... Well, the good thing about it opening in Chrome is actually I have it in my browser history now, so I can just look that up later. That, from what I could see on my little screen on my where I have my chat, that looked fantastic. The richness of the skin color, that is super cool. Thank you for sharing. That is really cool. And let's see. Let's squirt out some glue on this little plastic bit. Well, yeah, sometimes that happens when you do art. You just like can't finish it, or like you don't get the inspiration, and there's so many things, and life gets in the way. I mean, it's been a rough year for most people, so it's understandable. And art gets done when it gets done. I mean, in some cases, and when you're just like doing some art for yourself. I mean, if you commission something, then you might or might not, but you might have deadlines, but otherwise it just takes the time it takes. Okay, I'm out of camera. I'm gonna have to, if I'm gonna sit and do this, I'm gonna have to bring the camera out a bit. Go, there we go. So you can see. I mean, I'm putting two pieces of plastic together with glue, but the thing about being out of camera is that it makes you sort of wonder, like, hey, what's he doing now? Maybe it's nothing interesting, but if you don't see it, you don't know what's going on. Oh, you're most welcome. I said, like the show, then this part was badly cut. Like the sharing, and it gives us a chance to look at other people's art, for just admiring people's art and different styles, and sometimes you can find inspiration from other people's art. I mean, I guess there are cases where you make art just for yourself and not for the world, so to speak, but mostly art gets out there and gets shown. Yeah, you kind of have to be, because if I'm here, it doesn't matter what I do. If you don't know, it's better to see something boring happen than see nothing at all. And I mean, it's not necessarily like it's, oh, this is so boring to watch, but it's also not like, ooh, super exciting. I will learn things from this. It's like glue. Well, somebody might learn from this. I don't like putting glue directly on models, because it has at least a chance to mess up and pour glue all over the place. And that's not good. You can ruin models that way. So I prefer to just use some sort of an applicator. In this case, it's a toothpick, because they're super cheap. Oh, no. Don't touch that yet, Pixel. But yeah, for you who popping in for the first time today, I am Pixel of Pixel Props. I build things, and I stream 3 days a week, and this is the 3rd day of the week. So tomorrow is free to do laundry and stuff at home, but I'm free. But it's not that much of a chore sitting here talking to you people and showing things, and stuff like that, because I like it. Otherwise I wouldn't be doing it, of course. And if I'm doing things, then I'm not explaining it in a way that you understand. Or if you want to know something else about the whole idea of what I'm doing or stuff, feel free to ask. There's a chat there. I got it right in front of my face. I try to keep up with it. It's usually not too much of a problem, but sometimes, when you're making things, you get focused. I'm Swedish. I'm in Sweden. I do live in, born and raised and living in Sweden. Is where I am. And yes, you may absolutely ask. Oh, excuse me. Breathe air, drink water. First life tip of life hack of today. And then I just snip off these super sharp big pieces, like the corners of these square bits. Yeah, so, and I do other things on stream as well, as besides building these models. Saturdays are dedicated to mini painting, building stuff, and now I have my own stuff. I also do commission work for painting and building. And then I do one day where I do prop building, as I call it. Things for cosplay, for costumes, for movies or whatever. Either just because I want to make it and then I put it up in my Etsy store and sell stuff. Or, okay, this glue is not really drying very well, is it? Okay, maybe I'm too impatient. Let's let you rest for a bit. And then on Fridays we do terrain building or scenery building or dioramas and stuff like that. Mostly for this kind of thing, but even, you know, if there are other needs that needs to be met. So I do commissions on all of these sort of things from time to time when they drop by. And then I'm just gonna use this file and just sand off the small sharp corners that are left after we have snipped off the big pieces. And that means this will have about the same roundness. The prop building is on Thursdays. So same time on Thursdays, so 2 o'clock Central European time. And then I usually do about 5 hours from that. So we are getting into the evening, or depending on where you are in the world, I suppose. That will be a different time, of course. And then once it's available, I'm also uploading all my VODs straight up to YouTube. It doesn't capture the chat, but everything I do on camera will get uploaded to YouTube, of course, then. So if you pop in here, like I put all this, I basically built this together on stream, so if anybody wants to see that, that is on YouTube. And I think the VODs are actually still here on Twitch at the moment as well, but they do get deleted after a while. Yeah, I couldn't decide what I wanted to stream most, so I streamed like everything instead. So we'll probably get a bit of different audience in the end on the different days. Some people like all the things, but some people might be just into Warhammer stuff. And they will probably be here on Saturdays then, if they want to be here at all. And then we have cosplayers and, you know, fabricators and makers that want to see that. And right now I'm in for myself, I'm in a bit of a cyberpunkian period, I guess. Not from playing Cyberpunk 2077, because I haven't even played that yet. But I like the aesthetics of cyberpunk. So right now it's cyberpunk goggles and cyberpunk, I don't know, helmets and stuff as we move along. Then I also have in consideration another streamer that I frequent here on Twitch, Hot Armories. He does some miniatures, but mostly he does metal work, like forging armor bits and armors. And he was working on some things last time, and he was like, "Hey, you should be in this cosplay contest." So I am contemplating whether I will have the time and stuff to do that. So we'll see. We'll see where that ends up, but right now I'm leaning towards that I kind of want to do it. And since you need to show work in progress pictures, I'm probably gonna stream a bunch of that if I get to it. I really wish I could have taken. I wonder if I have any wood dowels about this size. So, well, let's. Everything else on the model is plastic basically, and some metal bits. So let's keep using. Yeah, and I need to have variety for myself because otherwise I would get bored. I think because that's what I do. Otherwise, I do different things depending. If it's not commission work, when I do my own thing, I just, today I feel like doing this, and the next day I feel like doing that. All right. We could add some small little details, like a bit of plastic, like just to not have just a flat plastic drum. And I think I'm gonna glue it in just. I was gonna put it like onto towards the outside, but I think there's like a little perfect little place just to insert this here, I think. But first we need to prep this piece, I think, because it's a bit rough. Sometimes it gets interesting in chat, and like this Thursday I built a pair of, I don't know, visors, goggles, half mask, cyberpunk-ish style, and I was like, I wonder what color I want, and I was like, chat, what color should we paint them in? And they eventually went with pink and orange. So yeah, that was an interesting choice. It's not really colors that would go well together normally, but it actually worked out pretty well in the end, which is pretty fantastic. So most prop making things are gonna be EVA foam at the start anyway, I would say, because it's an easy material to work with and you can do so much with it. I do some 3D printing because I designed and 3D printed the black part for this, so I do some 3D printing when it comes to yeah, pink and orange are intense indeed. Yeah, and they're not really like good friends color wise, but it's mainly pink with some orange detail, but it's also quite heavy. It also the cyberpunk things I do are very punk, so they're quite heavily weathered. Uh, if you do exclamation mark socials, you will get a link to all my social networking thingies, and if you go to the Instagram, you can actually see how they look if you are curious. Are you gonna stay there now? This glue doesn't seem to want to cooperate with me today. We'll put him there and we'll see if that, yeah, if that wants to stay there. My problem with the whole idea of doing a serious cosplay competition of some kind entry is I'll have to make a decision on what I should make, and then I will have to stick with that for a while. And I like to, I mean, I could treat it like it's a commission work, I guess, and like have that in mind. And I would maybe that would be a way to get through it, I suppose. Yeah, that could work. Because I kind of want to build a nice, very detailed, cool cosplay of some kind. But then I will have to make up my mind, won't I? What do I want to cosplay? Well, I guess, what would I want to cosplay first? Now there's a good way of thinking about it. because that it doesn't mean, of course, I can't cosplay other things, obviously, but what do I want to do first? That's the thing. Plan to do all the cool things that I wanted to do, but find some sort of order. What's the coolest thing you want? What's the thing you most want to do? And then sort them like that. That would be, yeah. Because I don't want to just random draw what I'm going to do. I could just take all my ideas and, randomly choose one of them, but I never ever was any good at random choosing things because I always go, maybe. Then again, if you do that enough, you're sort of gonna figure out in the end, I suppose, what it is that you want to make. Just cutting off a bit of excess material with a knife first, because it turned out that was a bit simpler. Ooh, what's your list? That's a good question. What are my ideas? I think I came up with like 5 things. First, okay. We do have a warrior priest from Warhammer Fantasy, or Age of Sigmar as it's called now. I don't know how familiar you are with miniature Warhammer games and stuff, but yeah. So warrior priest is one. It's basically a priest in armor, I guess, with some like relevant symbols of the faith. Do you have there's 3 of them I think are Warhammer related. And then we have from Warhammer 40k. This is also a priest. I think this might be a theme actually. Actually, and I know it's a theme for me. No, but a tech priest or a tech engineer or something. Very cybernetic. Very cybernetically enhanced peoples in long robes, basically. Mystics that build and maintain the machines of the Empire of Man. So kind of the same aesthetic, even though one is a fantasy setting and one is a sci-fi setting. The coloring of both those are pretty much the same, red robes and metallic armors. And a lot of brass details. They're very, very similar actually, the more you think about it. And I was thinking about something like there are other things in Warhammer 40k like Inquisitors and stuff, but that's sort of low on the list for me. But it's because the aesthetics is cool, but it's a little bit lower on the list for me to want to make, I think. And then if you are familiar with a bunch of Star Wars lore, there is the Jedi Temple Guard. Mostly if you want to see how they look, if you haven't looked at Star Wars Rebels, the animated show. Or, Google the images, I guess. But they are guardians of the Jedi temples. Well, they were. And then the whole Order 66 thing happened, and yeah. If you're familiar with the Star Wars universe. There was another one I probably forgot, and because figure out what is all this? What is he talking about? But yeah, absolutely. There is, because then that's 4 if we count the Inquisitor. Oh yes, High Exemplar Creos from another miniature game that is called War Machine. And surprisingly enough, for nobody who has been here for more than 5 minutes now, He's actually kind of, I would almost call him a warrior priest. They're very religiously fanatic anyway. I tend to be drawn to religious fanatical factions in wargaming for some reason. Probably because they usually have a lot of cool aesthetics to them, more than they are religiously fanatic, which is probably not what draws me in. Okay, I broke one of his exhaust pipes. Well, it's good to know that that can happen, I guess. Should probably not lift him in the thin parts. So what I'm doing now is just filing away at the glue that I used, because super glue attaches to just about anything except other super glue. Well, not well anyway. So we're just sanding and scraping clean the surfaces of old glue. Yeah, I like the mechanical priest idea as well, the tech priests, because they do look really cool. But I also very much like warrior priests, so I think it's gonna be one of those in the end. But yeah, tech priest is funny because I build things, so yeah. That is the irony or the joke or whatever in that is not really lost on me. Yeah, maybe that is it. Maybe that's it. And it's also a matter of like time, of course, and budget and technical solutions. The normal warrior priest is simple because it's an armor and there's like some robe parts, and you know it's nothing that you can't find in a reference picture by googling medieval armor. You know, there's plenty of references for it and how armor is put together, so it's easy in that way to find resources for it, to figure out how to do it. The tech priest is totally sci-fi. They wear like powered armor bits, and since I'm gonna make it not a real armor, it has to be look like it is powered, so it's a bit more building, which also is part of the fun, I guess. Alright, now we're gonna do the really fun parts. Let's see if I can get that. See now, well maybe, oh wait. On top of all of these bits, there are small like white bits like these, like rivets on all of these things, but I haven't done that on these parts yet. So that's the fun part now, and that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 16. That's 32 small tiny bits. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that is because I haven't really thought of why I don't want to do certain things, but that might be a subconscious like feeling to it that stuff or so. But then again, if that is the case, then I'm happy. If I do that, I'm gonna be like feel that it's complete, and I can move on and figure out other things to cosplay if I want to, I guess. So I don't think that's it doesn't have to be a bad plan to get that feeling either, or a bad thing to get that feeling, I suppose. Could be working out well for me. But yeah, that's also a fun thing about doing 3 different stream themes, basically, is that right now I'm really gonna try to keep my mind a little bit on what I'm doing, but my mind kind of wants to wander off to like how to construct armor. So I have to keep my brain in check. But I also like to talk about all of this, so I don't mind talking about it on the miniature stream. And some of it is Warhammer 40k related. I have some other things I kind of want to cosplay as well, but for right now I know it's not It's not doable because of the amount of time it would take and how much it would cost. No, 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 no. Don't be sorry. As I said, I like to talk about these things anyway. And if I didn't want to, I would just like, yeah, but let's talk about this little guy instead. I mean, so far I've been managing to keep my focus on cutting all the pieces out. So I think we can manage. Too bad this guy ramped up to full scale is probably about, I don't know, 6 meters tall, so I don't think I'm gonna cosplay this guy. I could cosplay an orc, that is the people or the race or the dudes that are belong this army actually, yeah. Unpainted of course still, but anyway. Guess but the thing is with this, then I will have to sculpt and like cast some kind of a mask, prosthetic mask to wear. So I would actually look like an orc. And that's where the time and money comes in. So that would have to sort of wait. Okay, we don't have to do, let's see, we have 8, 10. So let's do one side at a time. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. And I'm putting my finger over it as I cut, because if I just try to cut this, it just flies away. It just flies away. And we don't want that. Now these are really small fiddly bits to get into place. So we are going to go back to. Oh, we have a new chatter here. SafeTech Miniatures. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Cut them on. Yeah, you could cut them on a piece of tape. That could actually work. Now that you say it, that could actually work. But to get them into place, lifting them from here to there might be tricky. So SafeTech Miniatures, welcome in. An afternoon to you as well, because I am also in an afternoon time zone where it is 14:38. You were grabbing. Oh, good. Lunch is good. I approve. Okay, we're gonna need two toothpicks for this. I have two different little bowls. One is actually used as a bowl, and one is as a palette for the glue. So what I do is I take a bit of glue on a toothpick, and I just sort of dab it on where I want it to be. Smear it off. So you can see that there is glue there shining. And then we dip this one in water, because the water creates like a layer on top of this, and it has the surface tension from the water will now act like a glue, so I can lift up this tiny little bit of plastic. But the surface tension and the adhesive properties of the glue is much stronger than the water, so when I put this down, it stays with the glue. So that was one of 16 on this side, and then we're going to have to do the other side, and then we're going to have to do some small clamps over these hoses that are everywhere. So yeah, I'm just gonna dab glue on a few places at the same time now, because the glue doesn't really start to cure until you get other bits in it. It wants to get stuck between two pieces, so just the liquid glue doesn't really set. Yeah, because even with tweezers, lifting small things like this is gonna be, because tweezers are very good for model building otherwise, but these are so small and fiddly. Right, and then we have a couple back here. I'm not putting anything here and here though, because I'm figuring they welded those in place. Here we actually have some joints, because oh, it's supposed to look like these are hydraulic cylinders, so these parts move around a bit, and we needed, if it was for real, you needed an axis that goes through this way, so it could pivot around it. We are basically making the ends of those little pins, or what we should call them, that goes through here. It's all about faking it as much as possible to look as real as possible. Oh, I got some glue on my water stick. That's not good. Alright, that's the top side. I must have, did I? 1, 4, 8. There's only 6 of them left, okay? So I didn't cut enough. I'll cut a couple of them at once, so we have all the things that we need. Actually, I'm gonna discard that one because it wasn't very square, so I need to cut 3 more. There's 1, there's 2. And there's number 3. Orcs in the Warhammer 40k universe are not known for their pretty aesthetics, so if things get a little wobbly, just a little bit, not too much, but a little bit, or uneven in sizes, it doesn't really matter too much, because that's just the way they roll. Oh, sorry, yawning already. Yawning already. Right. Now we're gonna try and do the same thing on the bottom part. When all of these small plastic things are in place, including the clamps for the hydraulic hoses, we're gonna get to start painting this. So hopefully I will be done with this one today, and then we can start on number 3. And then we're gonna keep going like that for a while as well, because we are doing 9 of these things. And these are not commissioned, these are for my personal army, looking to get back into playing some Warhammer 40k. I haven't played it in quite some time, and on a bit of a tight budget, as I am also starting out my own business of building things on commission and building things in general and selling it. So don't really have the money to otherwise I would have just bought the models from Games Workshop that makes the game, because their Death Dread models are absolutely fantastic. There's no doubt about that. But budget. I also, that wasn't square, realized that the feet doesn't have any rivets on it that it should have. I'll show you what I mean in a little bit. Yeah, have to budget things. So this is what I'm talking. These little rivets here, and they don't really serve any purpose except I don't want a big flat surface here. I have a slight. Whoa, hello, wait. People are coming in. Hello. Hi, Mitch. How are we doing today? True, no, I'll entertain you for all bits. That doesn't mean you need to pay me bits, so I'll entertain you. I'll just be a bit entertaining, I guess. Oh no, no bad days. That's so sad. Then come in and rejoice in the awesomeness that is WAAAGH. Well, yeah, there we go. Spent 4 hours making sculpting tools because I don't have coin to buy pre-made ones. So hello and welcome to this Twitch channel where we don't have a lot of money. Neither the streamer or the audience or anything. But we are still making do or something. Oh no! Oh no, what happened? What did you do? I hope you didn't like hurt yourself. I mean, you needed stitches, but I hope it wasn't anything too horrible. That's ouch. I do hope you are not too terribly hurt. But I'm also glad to see you in chat then, because that means you're not so hurt you can't watch the stream and chat with people and say hi, which is a bit of a relief. Anyway. So, was it like an accident, or did you slip with a tool or something? Or if you want to say anything about it, otherwise write pixel shush, and pixel will shush about it, and we will enjoy the making of building things. It is absolutely okay to you glass. Oh, jeez. Oh yeah. Whew. Okay. That's not scary at all. Yeah, we might need to get some like metallic finish mirrors or something in the bathroom as well, because they're also glass, by the way. And usually in the door of the little cupboard thingy where you keep things. By the way. Ouch. Well, I am glad to, as I said, see you in the chat then. Oh my lord. Exploding bathroom. Okay, that's not a thing that I expected to hear on any day, to be honest, but I'm also extremely sort of unsurprised by it. After 2020, I'm basically not surprised by stuff anymore. I'm just like, okay, there's another weird thing. But I'm really good. I'm really glad that you're okay enough. I can literally see your face when she wrote that. And clean most of it. Oh my lord! Oh wow! Oh yeah, it's gotta. I mean, how? If I may, how many stitches? Like, how many? How much shrapnel are we talking about here? Because this is starting to sound very unfun. I mean, it didn't sound fun before, I guess, either, but ouch. Evil glass doors indeed. Very, very evil glass doors. Oh my lord. Oh, all the lords and ladies and everybody else. That is... Yeah, she is a badass superhero. She survived an exploding shower door. And now she's just sitting here in a Twitch chat going like, yeah, that happened. I mean, I don't know what is cooler than that today, to be honest. I just shot one of... Okay, this is not even square, and I shot one of them away. Let's make two! Yeah, one of the good things about being a maker of stuff is that you can literally make a lot of your tools yourself. Oh yeah, I need to find some wooden handles for your sculpting rakes, is the word I'm looking for. So we can get those put together as well. I'll see if I can find something of a fitting size, or do you want to have them in a specific size, by the way, sweetheart? 5 stitches, 2 on the arm and 3 on your back. Oh my god. Ow. You want them lagom? Well, I guess I can make them thin and you can just wrap them in whatever to make them thicker and fit your hands better. I suppose. I suppose. Oh, that's the Michelina need raking tools as well. Mayhaps. Half of all the tools you got. Okay. That's an interesting measurement of things. I guess that depends on what a person sculpts, I suppose. But for anything that's a little bit bigger, rake and making flat surfaces, raking tools are pretty good. Oh no. Oh, well, at least it's hopefully not gonna do anything permanently to do it anyway. That's pretty good luck anyway. If we wanna like try and be the one of people watching the positivity things and stuff. So I suppose it could have been worse, but still pretty horrible. Come on, get off. Here we go. That's the spirit. Ah, you're hurt. Just practice your other arm. Come on, do it. Do the fun stuff. Poke, 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 poke. Do it. Do stuff. Lost a bit. No, I didn't. There it is. I found a bit. Da-da-da. Come on. Now I lost a bit. Yeah, as I said, it's so nice to see your writing in the chat after that. So you're not like dead. I hear, well, actually from reliable sources, I don't think I ever heard anything about being dead, but I'll leave to tell the tales, exactly. Also, I hear scars can be cool, I guess. I hope you don't get a lot of big scars from it, but you know. Ow, aspirin time, yeah. Scars are cool. See? What are we worried about? This isn't an accident or anything. This is just Mitch leveling up the cool. That's all all there is. Makes for an even cooler story now. Yes, Ipren is good. You can also, just so you know, you can take Alvedon if you have it at home at the same time as you are eating Iprenes. That is absolutely a doable thing because they're two different types of medication and they work together in case it gets annoying, because you can't take pills too often because they are super inefficient at that point. So right now I'm cutting off some hose clamps, I guess. You want to do? Yeah. I think I can fit it in my bag somehow. Yeah. Should be doable. I bought bread on my way out as well, so I have a few things in the bag, but the anvil should be able to be packed in the bottom. Yes, all the scratches count. I don't need a dog to scratch me to get weird scars and stuff. I'm working with sharp tools, and not every day is a good day, I guess. We can sort of compare scars at some time or something, like, look at this happened when that happened. But, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything, I don't want to do this with Mitch because I'm never gonna have scars that are, hey, this is from when my shower door exploded in and tried to rip me to pieces. That's a hard one to beat, actually, as cool scar stories go. Oh, look, I cut myself. Oh, look here, I tripped. Oh, I had a glass bead embedded in my knee for had to go to the hospital. My shower door exploded. I mean, just listen to that. My shower door exploded. It's like some assassination attempt from a movie. You're a super villain but a good one. That's called a superhero. Or are you trying to be some kind of an anti-hero, so you're not like a superhero, but... Wait, what? Mitch, are you deliberately rigging your showers to explode? I'm sorry, I have to ask. Oh, okay, I understand. Not all heroes have to be boring, do they? Are they automatically boring? Fabio! Hello! Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. How are you on this Saturday? Hope you're doing well. Oh, okay, yeah. It's like it's one of those like sort of Captain Marvelish moments. You know, you don't really know how it works. It just happens. Stuff just happens. Like, I don't know my own power. Oh, maybe Mitch has like had some kind of a accident happen before and lost a lot of her like superhero memories and stuff. And then one day, when the world needs it, when the alien race that has like exploding shower doors as main weapons attack us, Mitch is gonna go in there and go like, I got this. I'm so used to this now, and just save the world. That's the story I'm gonna go with now. This is just part of your cool background story. And then me and Taya, we're gonna sit there and drink our morning coffee and watch the news of things happen, and we're gonna like, yeah, you remember when we didn't know anything about this, and Mitch was just that person who was like living with exploding shower doors? Yeah. You know, and then we can brag to all our friends that we sort of know you, and it's gonna be awesome. I'm telling you, this is gonna be awesome. And people who are just coming in, they're like, what the is this dude talking about? And they run away. It's like, I'm just slowly gonna back out of this chat room. Because there's somebody who thinks there's an alien race that has exploding bathroom doors as their main weapon. I like that. It's like, oops, I sort of made you my friend. Is that okay? I really like that. That is so extremely considerate, and I do approve of consideration for other human beings. It's almost like I kind of, you know, who was it? What? Wait, Fabio. Just have your teeth. Okay. We're going into other superhero territories here, I guess. Oh yeah, for those who don't know, me and Studio and Taya, we are sharing fridge and cats and life, you know. But fridge and cats, very important stuff to know. See, you also have superpowers. You can heal your own mouth. That is just brilliant. And that's a super good superpower to have. I'm just looking to see that I haven't missed anything. And then we will take a short intermission while I go and put this in another room where I'm gonna spray prime it. No, I do it. I'm pretty sure sometimes the cats want to get into the fridge, but we don't have them in the fridge. They are two separate sharing thingies. We try to keep the cats out of our food as much as possible. Works pretty well, actually. Our cats are stupidly well behaved sometimes, and sometimes they are cats. Capish. Indeed. No, I think we have rivets and stuff. Oh, we actually lost a rivet on the plate here. At some point in the battle. Let's fix that. Cats scare you? That's very rude of cats, I think. They shouldn't do that. But you know, that's okay if you are afraid of cats. Actually. And I can understand that people are wary of, because they're animals after all, you know, so it's not like we can sit down and have a talk to them really about. We do have talks to our animals mostly, most people do, but it's not like we can have this type of conversation with them and like, hey, could you stop or could we not? Because they're cats. They shall not understand you very much. And sometimes they do what cats do. And they do have they have a lot of sharp pointy bits. And every cat ever wanted to attack you. Well, our cats would only try and attack you with cuddles because they don't attack anybody. They attack each other sometimes because they're annoyed at each other, but the only time any of our cat has done anything towards me, at least, is when they have been in a really playful mode and I have gotten too close with my fingers. So that's my bad. Maybe our cats could be therapy cats for people who have bad luck with cats. Oh yeah, I need to make a new bases because everybody's gonna have this thin base, I think. Yes. I kind of want to put some normal grass on there as well. It looks a bit barren. Yeah. All right. You're all cat owners until you get attacked. Maybe there is. I wonder why that is though. That is because I mean I know there are people who can't go near dogs without them barking as well. And like, what is it about a person that makes the animal react that way? Because animals are mostly instinctive in their behaviors. So I don't think it's like anything that you have done. It's just something, and the animals, some animals react to it. It's very strange. Yeah, but I think it's time for primer, and that's gonna be done with the spray paint. So I'm not gonna do that in here because I want to be able to sit here. Oh, yeah, maybe everybody has like a thing that doesn't like them. Could be. Well, I'm gonna put up the be right back screen, and then I will be right back. So I'll see you in a few minutes. Righty then. Here we go. So that's drying. It's primed. It's actually on the floor on a piece of cardboard here, because as you can hear in the background, you got. Oh, that is very cool. Everybody, be careful to defeat. No, don't. No sword against my cats. If there's evil cats near you, that's fine. But also, I think Shanti can still beat you, which is one of our cats. She's a little bit too smart for her own good. She likes to learn how to open drawers, to crawl in and sleep behind them and stuff like that, and open doors and moving. Hey, sausage! Hi, I'm doing great. How are you? Did you get your 4 hours or even more of sleep, maybe? We're making deff grids. One is primed and is drying on the floor next to me, right in front of the fan that you can hear. And then we have, of course, deff thread number 3. Da, da, da. I guess we might as well start sanding these parts. You overslept today? Oh my god. Did you sleep for like 5 hours? Right. I don't know if we need, we'll get to maybe start sanding, but yeah. Okay, so one of those guys, this guy, he was also obviously black, and then we have the other one, which I can't touch because it's wet with spray paint. They all looked like this at one point. Let's try and get everything into a picture. So this is how they start their life when they are freshly made off the 3D printer. And these haven't been sanded or anything, so you can see all like the print lines and stuff that we're gonna have to sand in the end. Seven hours? Oh wow, that is pretty long. Oh, there we go. Just trying to sort through so we can see that we have all the back. Welcome back. Everybody behaved. No cats were needed to be defended from, and everything has been working out very fine. And True Sausage came by and said hi. So even better. So yeah, this is the beginnings. Oh, there was actually something left in the bag. There we go. Yes. Show us, Mitch. Show. Please? Pretty please? What's going on? Good luck in your quest against the cats. Oh, wait. Oh, you must go adult. Okay. Well, sometimes we have to adult. Thank you for dropping by. It was super nice to have you here. I hope I'll see you again, my new friend. I'm also just blatantly gonna call you friend. If I shouldn't, you should tell me. But you're friends with my partner, so I thought we could probably be friends. So what I'm gonna do now is just remove all the supports from all of this from the printing process, and then we should basically be ready to pick up the model, since it's standing drying in front of the fan that is also heating the room. These parts can be used for scrap bits in terrain and whatever, so we're not throwing that away. No sir, there is no away throwing of things here. Well, not much. You'll be back. Oh yeah, thank you. I would love to have you back. Thanks for dropping in and saying hi and having nice conversations with. Good luck with your adulting for today. I am adulting tomorrow. Today I'm playing with, well, toy soldiers basically. I will kind of call it adulting as well, but you know, it's not as adulting as being the responsible adulting person and doing the things you need to do in the same way. So yeah, and while I'm doing this, my head is still churning around with cosplay ideas and what I should do. Oh yeah, and now I remember what the last one was. I went through a list of things, possible cosplays, and the last thing was, of course, to design my own like character. What for and when? Okay, I've been thinking about this, and okay, I'm gonna do it, so I might as well do this then. Okay, we're gonna hereby announce. We're gonna. Oh yes, make Mitch join as well. I hereby announce. Well, I should look into the camera for this one and sit comfortably. I hereby announce my intention to participate in the second, I think it will be then, online worldwide cosplay championship. Is that what it's called? I don't know. It's an international super cosplay competition that usually isn't online, but last year, for obvious reason, it was online, and it's online this year as well. So yeah, I'm doing that. And this is like the competition. It literally is a world championship cosplay competition. They have some different levels where you can enter in, so you don't have to, worry about that. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And you should too, Mitch. It's awesome. So I've been looking at the video of the live broadcast that they did last year, and I mean it's the judges is people like Evil Ted, if you're familiar with cosplaying people, and EVA Foam people, Bill Doran. We have all the like big cosplayer names doing judging and stuff. Can support somehow. Well, being here, having fun with me, and letting me relax a bit is actually quite supportive. And I'm probably going to build a bunch of it on the prop Thursdays, of course, as well as on other days, of course. But I'm probably going to be doing that because you need to have work in progress pictures and stuff like that, and so they can follow you along the journey and things. So yeah, I don't know. The only other supports I mean, I don't want to tell people to throw money at me because that's not why I'm streaming. And I think it's gonna be pretty okay because it doesn't have cosplay. It will take time and it will cost you money, but it doesn't have to cost you a fortune. And I'm gonna prove that if nothing else, because I don't have a fortune, so I gotta make it without a fortune. I'm just contemplating what I'm gonna cosplay. That's what we started with talking today. And now that all the supports are gone, we can put these back into their little bag so we know where they are. They have what they call an intermediate, which is basically people who have never done much cosplaying and stuff. Uh, and I mean, anybody can send in an application that they want to be in, and then for the final draw, I think they have like 25 people that they choose from, who's going to win the three top positions and thereby winning the prizes. Um, so anybody, it's you don't to enter in like the. I think they have two categories if I remember this, and one is intermediate, which is like, you know, slightly more beginner, and that's not to say that's the noob category. uh, it's not for people who have not done cosplay. It's for people who maybe starting out in crafting and doing things as well, because to get up to a certain, I don't know, quality standard, or like maybe just be sure of themselves enough to build, because anybody can go in for the master class. I mean, you're not gonna get anywhere if they don't think it's good or cool or whatever they judge from. But it's not like, oh, you have to have been in 5 competitions and I have to know your name and your cats have to love me. Otherwise, you can't be in the master class. It's you choose the level where you want to enter, and that's it. And I never finished a whole cosplay. I'm not going in on an intermediate. I am so not going in on the intermediate. I'm definitely gonna go straight in and go for the whole shebang, because I have confidence in my ability to build things. So I might be new to making a whole cosplay, but I'm really not new to making things. Yeah, but your ego is also not wrong, because you're also at a stage in making that you can somehow, with the skill set that you already have, figure out how to make other things. Yeah, now I just have to make up my mind. What to, oh, sorry for the camera wobble. Uh, what to cosplay, and we can go through the different ideas while we are looking at this one. Oh, I guess I should have heated the primer a bit. It had been sort of crawling away from the edges, but the good thing about a primer, it doesn't have to cover everything. It just has to be like a dust layer, because the primer is a material that's meant to get attached, because normal acrylic paint doesn't really get stuck on plastic very well, and the primer does, and the primer surface is also very good for the acrylic paints to adhere to. Last time I spray painted it black and went with the brown, and just to build up the color. Today we're doing it the easy way to get a yellow. Might do some more shading on this at some point. I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe. But this time we're doing it the simple way. And we're gonna start by removing these old paints that are semi-dry. Most of them are actually still kind of usable, but I want a clean little palette here. We can also find my water bottle for this. Primer is life. Indeed. Yeah, and if you're painting miniatures, you must prime. You can't just paint on. The paint will not stick. It will flake off so super easy. So you need a primer. It's there's I mean, I don't want to tell people how to do their painting and stuff, but there are some things you just can't get away from. And that's how you apply paint and whether you should have a primer or not, because you should have a primer, and that's it. There is no way you're gonna get away painting minis well without having a primer on. This is the GW tool. Okay, I'll click there and remove myself from the chat. Well, that's one side of a tool. That's not even a picture of a whole tool. How am I supposed to answer that question? Sorry, I cannot. Do apologize, but I do not be able to answer the question that I has with that picture. But I can take out the tool. If you just wait a tiniest moment, yeah? Oh, and that, for those who don't know, this is a wet palette. Oh, that became very much smaller than I thought. And basically what it does, it keeps your paints moist and nice so they don't dry out like on a normal palette. And that means, I mean, the one that I threw away, these paints have been here since like the beginning of this week and they're still wet. They still work, but they were all the wrong colors. Well, there was some yellow in there, but I just want a clean start. And now I'm just trying to get away some of the bubbles and most of the water that's on top of the paper, because the point is that it sucks. It moisturizes the paper, and the paint that's going to be on the paper gets moisturized from the paper, while the paint and the pigments and the medium is too thick to go through the paper, so it doesn't leak into the sponge unless you get some on the edges, I guess. Oil painting, ooh, cool. Yeah, I need to get myself some thinner and start testing the oil paintings one day. Oh, there we go. So this is what we need. The role of tool dooms. So it kind of looks like it would be that tool on the picture, but yeah, you see the problem with taking pictures and stuff of this is that this flat surface is not aligned with that surface. Tools! Hi Nimla! Yes, tools! So this is the famous Games Workshop, old Games Workshop sculpting tool. When I went to university to study prop making and we were sculpting, and our guest lecturer saw me with this tool, she's like, you don't happen to have an extra one of those, do you? So even people that are not miniature people that sculpt wants this tool for some reason. And it's a pretty good tool. It's a very nice, this is very nice to poke around with. The flattening bit thingy on the end here is very nice. But they don't make these anymore. Can I slowly turn it? Okay. I know it's a little bit out of focus up here, but I figure its bigness is good. What are you going to use to make something that this is this big? That it has to be like this thick from the beginning. I don't think you can do this cold if you want. If that's why you want to use what you want to use the anvil for. I think you're gonna need some bigger things. You need to go. Have a good day, yeah. Have a good day to yourself. Thank you for hanging around a while. I hope you have had some use for it or have enjoyed it somehow. Thank you for hanging around. Safety Miniatures. Very nice of you. Yeah, so that's the Games Workshop tool. With my with a assorted collection of my other sculpting tools. That's my travel pack if I want to sit at home and sculpt a bit in the evenings. All right, so yeah, now that it is white, we can actually just go with yellow right away, which is sort of the point. So we don't have to do all the brown that we did on this to get up to the yellow. This might have, however, make him very yellow, so we'll see. To do this smaller, maybe. But what material? What do you have for metal that you can do that from? Because you can't do it from the normal flowery stick thingies, I think. So fluffy big brush. I need a new bowl of water, so that's not so dirty. I need a bowl of not dirty water. Not dirty water, not dirty water. Going to the kitchen to get some not so dirty water, because this is dirty. And now we have a couple of water bottles or bits or whatever we're gonna call them, water stingerinos. One with very clean water in that hasn't been used. The bowl that is, so we can use that to thin our paints if we want to. You have some different wires, okay? Yeah. This yellow is a color that really doesn't want to cover things super well, but if you have a very light background, it's a little bit easier. And the background is a base, in this case then white primer, so you can see it's going to be quite yellow directly from the start. And just about everything is yellow, and also yellow being so thin makes it very easy to paint over. So if I accidentally get some yellow where I don't want it, it doesn't really matter too much. Another favorite color to base yellow on among a lot of people is pink. I haven't really tried it, but I have seen the results of people doing it, and it seems to be working very well. Off cam, off frame, out of... Oh my god! You're so needy! You want to see what I do when I stream? Oh my god. Thank you. Yeah, he's kind of cute. Not so much cute in scale though, because it's a pretty big, scary machine of death and maiming and destruction. Yeah, I need to do that as well. Maybe I'll just find myself an old space marine or something and paint an imperial fist that way. Because I usually do either white, so you get this sort of effect, of it, or I will start with a brown and mix in yellow into the brown and just paint it on in layers. But just leave it pink. Yeah, so it's a lot brighter from right off the start here, but of course this has been dirtied down quite a lot. But I can also already see that this is much brighter than that other one ever was. But also, this is not a human army, these are orcs. They really don't have a set recipe for making paints, I'm gonna bet. They probably use like color squigs or something and squeeze color out of them. Sounds like an orky thing to do. And also this is a WAAAGH's game color, so they are a bit more vibrant. So it's a different yellow than I used last time, because that yellow wasn't available when I ordered my paint. But again, I don't really care if they don't have the same yellow color. Actually, I would love if they all could look a bit different. I could do like a gray primer on the next one, you know, just to have a different start. And then you can just like do different versions of all of them in the end. Yeah, I have 4 different yellows, I think. I'm also thinking I should look up some. Oh, we've got a hair. I will deal with that later. Hair at some point have gotten stuck in here. But we can just take a pair of tweezers and pick that out. You can see there. Can you? Yeah, you can a little bit. There's a hair here. I don't know if it's from a brush or it's from a pixel or whatever. It's not supposed to be there, so we will deal with that at an appropriate time. Yeah, because I've almost always painted things like I started at the dark, like at the shadows, and then worked my way up, or started at like that one of the lightest colors and then worked my way down. And now I'm trying to get into the habit of paint everything in my mid-tone, so basically the color it's supposed to be, and then do both highlight and shading. So you can just, the start is very simple that way, because you just slather on the paint like this. You've got like all the parts that are supposed to be yellow are now yellow, because this is in some places maybe thin, so in some places I might want to put on a second layer, but no more than 2 layers of yellow paint is going to be required. Yeah. Yeah, and for some armies that works very well anyway, so, and it's almost like a way that I would recommend painting certain armies, so you don't get like all looking the exact same. I mean, you can do that with any army, but with some armies it just works out better, I think. On the next thread, I think I'm gonna try to, because you can see here it's a bit darker. Well, I can see anyway. Can you see? It's a little darker, and that's actually where the primer hasn't gone through, so I can see a little bit of the darkness from the plastic under. So next time, because yellow is so thin, so this is almost like a glaze over the white. So if I pre-shade this a bit and I glaze this, we're gonna get a lot of shadows from the start without having to figure that out too much. So that could be nice. Yeah, I'm pretty good at speed painting and batch painting things, so I usually don't have too many problems with armies and painting lots of the same. Well, I learned actually I wasn't patient, and then I started painting things, and I want this army painted, and I want them all to look about the same. So miniature painting taught me patience. I didn't have it when I started. Because I was very goal oriented. It's like, this is what I want at the end of this journey. This is what the result should be for me. This is what I want the result to be. Then I just sort of dredged through it and learned patience. And you learn tricks to batch painting or painting things in like huge that are hugely the same all the time. And the batch painting method of painting one color, because if I were to do like 9 of these at the same time, I would do the yellow like this. This would be like, okay, this is done, then I'll do the yellow on the next one, and because then when you get back to the first model, it's dry, so you can just keep going. So you don't have this paint yellow, paint metal, paint this there, and then do the same thing on the next model, because that will take longer for the most part. So to speed the process up, when I batch paints, I do one color or one area or like something, one something at a time. Oh, it makes me happy to finally get to paint this one. General Alphanumeric is gonna be so happy with me. And some other people, because everybody, when I showed both of these models off, they're like, oh, he's so cool because he has the eyes. Yeah, and I mean, if it's not a thing that you like to do, because I mean, in the end, this is supposed to be fun, especially if you paint for yourself. You should try and have some fun with it, and if it's not fun, then it's not worth doing. Unless you want a specific result, and then you just have to. It's like waking up in the morning and you don't want to go to work because you're feeling like shit today. You most likely go to work anyway, and this is the same thing. You look at it, it's boring, it feels like shit, but are you doing it for fun, or are you doing it for the results? And if you're doing it for the results, you're just gonna have to convince yourself that this is what you need to do. You need to sit down with yourself and have a serious conversation. I'm getting everywhere out of camera today, or close. Yeah, but painting large armies can suck, for sure. Alright, just making sure that we got some yellow everywhere and that we can build up with like one more layer of yellow. You realize that this guy is now yellow. It's like done. With the base color of yellow is like done. So to anybody watching, that's how you paint yellow. If you don't want a master class, I'm gonna be in Golden Demon thingy, and if you want to like have an army of yellow orky stuff, here we go. This guy is now yellow. There's 2 layers of paint and a primer and the stupid hair that I need to get a tweezer so I can get rid of. But yeah, painting something to look yellow. Imagine if this was a space marine and I just painted his trim like red or black. Now congratulations, you have an imperial fist. How long did that take? if you're doing light colors like yellow or white on your models, stop priming black. Actually, just stop priming black. Unless you're gonna go for a zenithal highlight prime, where you prime dark and then lighter. But otherwise, don't prime black. It's not worth it. This is my opinion. Other people like it. If you want to do it, do it. But if you want to have if you want your life to be easy, if you want your yellow army. Ooh. Here comes the perfect orc in with the orky talk. I like it. Welcome in, Dr. Coomer. Yeah, those are. Oh, now it's not black anymore. I can't show off how they look without paint on now. I need to build the third one. Oh, new follower. Thank you for that follow, Dr. Coomer. Coomer. Yeah, 2 O's. It's Coomer. It has to be sort of. I managed to get a hair in here. I don't know if it's for me or a brush, but I think I got it. Yeah. So yeah, painting yellow. 2 layers of paint. And he's very, very yellow. He's so shiny yellow, so it's hard for the camera to see how yellow he is. And thank you for the kind comments. Here's the first one. That's all done and done up. So these are scratch built. Well, I printed the main body. I designed it and printed the main body. They come in many small pieces. Like, what did we say? 33 pieces that are sanded down and glued together, and then all the rivets and all the hoses and everything is added afterwards with green stuff and plastic card. And that was thread number 3 in the bag. That's going to be made. And then there are just 6 more to do. No working out with stitches, Mitch. Sorry. I'm very sorry. Safety goggles back on. Time to get crafty. Oh yeah. This is proper yellow now. It's a little bit dark in some spaces, but it's gonna end up looking like this, so who cares, right? So we're gonna get. Oh wait. These 2 little bits need some yellow. So we'll put some more yellow in the wet palette. So yeah, prime white, apply yellow, profit. Which is super funny if you know orcs, because this is a typical bad moon color and they are super rich orcs. Yay, I made Warhammer yoke. And I am doing these because I want to get back into 40k, but I'm also starting up my own makers, crafters, prop making, modeling stuff business, and I really don't have the funds to spend on models. Otherwise, I would loved to be able to buy 9 deff threads from Games Workshop, because I think that model is really cool. I mean, you do your own models because you don't want to support Games Workshop too much, because they have a tendency to be a little bit meh, sometimes people say, and some people just don't like the company. Me, I'm doing it because I have a 3D printer as a prop maker. So, and one roll of filament is definitely more than 9 deff threads, and that means this is going to be much cheaper for me. And since I have some yellow left here, I'm just splattering on a few places where it's a bit thin. But we're going to dirty this thing down quite a lot in the end. But we are... Oh god, I need to order myself some LED strips so I can build some good lighting for this painting. for this painting. Not only for camera, but for myself as well. It's going to be so much easier. But yeah, right. Yeah, we're going to dirty this down. But first we're going to put down all the metallic colors where we want metals. And the hoses are going to be painted in a dark gray. All of these wiry things that goes to the hydraulic pistons. And if anybody has, as usual, if anybody has any questions about what on earth I am doing at the moment when I'm doing it, or afterwards, or before, or whatever, feel free to ask. Well, the way they print things is a bit different, and the layer lines, I mean, a good resin printer will just give you a smooth model, while filament printers or FDA printers have always have some kind of lines between for the layers, because the filament, what the filament layer does, it draws out like one layer that is, let's say we're doing it in 0.2 millimeters. So imagine if you like have a pen that when you draw with it, it makes not just a flat line, but it actually is 0.2 millimeter tall. And then you draw another one, and then you draw another one, and when you have done that 5 times, you have a 1 millimeter of thick plastic. And it of course goes back and forth to, depending on what you're printing. Resin printers print upside down basically. You have the build plate into the liquid resin, and then with the help of UV light, it cures it as it goes up. So it goes up a layer, cures that layer. And I haven't used a resin printer, but as I understand it, a resin printer, that every layer takes the exact same amount of time. I mean, if you print like I do with filament, if you print something that is this big, it's going to take a long time for it to go around and put out the plastic. If you do the same thing with a resin printer, as I understand it, it doesn't take any longer if the bit is this small or this big, because of the way it works. But then resin printed things also needs to cure in UV light afterwards they're printed, so there's a few different things. And the resin printers work with a liquid that it cures, and filament printers of course are long plastic lines, cables, things, spools of it, I guess, or wires, plastic wires, I guess we can call it, that they sort of feed out. And I have a 3D pen. I could kind of show you because a 3D pen is a 3D printer without the mechanics that calculates how fast. Because that's the trick with the printers, right? They print at the exact same speed, and they put out exact right amount of plastic all the time. That's why you need the machine and can't do it all by hand. I need something to put metallic paints in, because we do not want metallic. We can use this. We don't want to put metallic paints on the wet palette in case it runs down and comes up with the water, because it might look really winky. It might get some shiny particles and stuff in the normal color. So we'll put it down here. Actually, let's clean that brush out. Put it back on the wall. Oh, I made a brush hanger thingy for for some of my brushes there, and I'm gonna make a bigger one so I can fit all my brushes somewhere. Because you should never have brushes standing up. Lying down works. But I made a thingy so I can just squeeze all my brushes in place on the wall. It's very nice. It's a bit far when you're sitting here, but that's just a prototype anyway, so. Oh gosh, this color was a bit thick. Well, it depends on what you want to print. Do you want to print minis to paint? Is that what if that's your thing? Oh god, you shouldn't paint. Okay, you shouldn't paint metal over white pixel. You should paint all your metal pieces like black first, maybe. So we'll dry that off, because metal paints tend to be a slight bit more transparent than non-metal colors. Yeah, but if you want to go for printing and painting minis, resin printers is your thing. If you want to print like tools and stuff, you might can buy. Yeah, I mean, in some terrain pieces. Yeah, bigger terrain pieces are better on filament because you're gonna have to sand them a bit, sure, but it's just because resin printers tend to print smaller things. But yeah, can we get this to? Oh, that's a smooth and nice part. That's not what I want to show. That's not what I want to show. Oh, it's not gonna show off very well. But if you listen, you can like you can feel the ridges. So this is done. Oh, on these curved surfaces, you can see it pretty well actually. Of course, not on the camera when it's that dark. You can kind of make out the lines there. So this is printed in 0.2 millimeter layers. That is 5 layers per millimeter. Yeah, then resin printers. It's a bit more work, and you need to have a good dedicated place, because there will be resin fumes, and that's kind of slightly toxic. But yeah, resin printer would be nice. Print some minis. But that's also not a priority in this at this time in life. So if we get some black on here before we try to do any metal colors, the metal colors are going to look so much better. Trying to not get too much black on the yellow parts, but they're also going to be dirtied down a lot, and grime and oil and stuff, so if there's a tiny bit of black somewhere, it doesn't really matter too much. Oh, not the metal color, the black color. That will go in with a much smaller brush and take care of the smaller details. I wonder if this eyepiece, yeah, you might want to have some kind of I mean, maybe you have a large space, but you know, I don't know the specific what's recommended for resin printing, so but you know, people who sell resin printers can probably help you with that and tell you what you should think about. Otherwise, you might want to buy your resin printer for someone else, I guess. Hi, I want to buy a resin printer. What should I think about? I don't know. Give us money. It's like, okay, I'll go to the other guys. I also want a laser cutter way more than I want a resin 3D printer. That's for sure. Oh yeah, these little pistons are gonna be metal as well. You want some stronger painkillers? Sorry, can't help you there. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, I'm not sure exactly what is recommended and safe, so you'd have to look that up. I'll look that up if the time comes for me to get a resin printer at some time. I will probably get into wanting a resin printer once I sit down and take a breath and start learning Blender. So I can actually 3D sculpt like organic things, because then I could sculpt my own models and print as well, which would be a whole new different level of awesome. Oh. So everything that's gonna get metallic is getting the treatment of black paint. Like so. Oh, a little bit more up there. Yeah, and more people are making models and selling them on Etsy and stuff. And with you living in Australia, shipping models is freakingly super expensive for you. So your prices are going to be even worse than for other people. So yeah, that's absolutely understandable. But yeah, there's also a lot of like Raging Heroes. I'm not a super fan of their models because they're so extremely over-sexualized in so many cases. But if you like that, I guess. But they are starting to like going over to STLs because people don't want to pay for shipping and stuff. But at the same time, there's also a lot of people who do, because 3D printing is not. It's not really Star Trekky. It's not like pushing a button and getting a goblin. You have to know things about layer heights and tolerances and how to and fixing supports and 3D printers are still a relatively new thing. The development is going really quick and they're fairly cheap. Even a decent resin printer isn't super expensive anymore. So a lot of people are getting them, but there's also a lot of people who are getting them and they don't like put them in a corner because something went wrong and there's too much trouble. So 3D printing is a bit of work still. It's not always going to be super easy and fun. Yeah, I hear that all the time with everything. Like, oh, sending to Australia. Give me 1 million. What? Yes, and that's just for asking the question. If you actually want to send something, it's going to cost you 2 million or something. It's like ridiculous. Time for the smaller brush. We can also do the black on all the hoses, and then we'll highlight them with a gray. That will look fun. And good and nice and all the things. But yeah, I'm gonna have to look for a cheap, good enough LED strip, I think, with changeable colors. I want to build a brush fryer light arc thingy so I get good lights for painting. Because if I can just sort of light out the camera, should be more than enough to deal with the stream. It's just the light is not optimal for painting minis, and not optimal for painting minis on stream. For platform you supply the post. Yeah, yeah. It's like you're gonna order. I'm gonna order something. You should build a. You should like start a club for ordering things, like a gaming club just for ordering paints. So it's like everybody needs 5 paints each, and then shipping would make more sense. But yeah, it's pretty rough otherwise, I hear. So I'm glad I don't have to deal too much with that. And just because I said that, you can bet some Australian person is gonna buy something from my Etsy shop, and I'm gonna have to send it there. Oh yeah, we have a big cable thingy going on the top here. I almost forgot that. Oh. Well, well, at least you can't buy. Well, you can, because there's always going to be an expensive item, most expensive item. But the most expensive item I had is already sold, and it's snugly packed up in a bunch of upholstery foam, and should be. Well, it's the weekend now, but should be laying somewhere, getting ready to fly over to its new home in the United States of the Americas. Which was also very funny, because there's some new some EU rules that when you're sending something outside of the European Union, you have to do a customs declaration. So you have to find out what like item code it has, and you have to write that out and put it on the package, and the value of the item in the package. So it's like, oh my god. And that precise rule is apparently new from the 1st of January this year. Yay! Now that is actually an excellently smart plan of her. That is not a bad plan of her. If you buy something from my shop, feel free to send me a message. Actually, literally do that. If you need something else from some company that wants to charge you shitload for shipping, send me a message, and we can sort. We can definitely sort that out, so you don't have to go with ultra mega shipping costs anyway. And most of my stuff in my shop is also actually light, and the package price includes up to 2 kilos, so a few paints won't actually cost you anything extra. It will actually not that. Didn't really think about that. Can we do that as like a package service? Pixels Australian Express. Oh god, they're gonna charge me with so much like taxes and stuff. Yeah, you could do that if you buy something from someone else somewhere as well. You could maybe just like talk to them and go like, hey, how much can you ship for that price? And then like, could you, if I send you the money, could you just buy me these like 5 paints? Because yeah, up to 2 kilos of shipping, and the mask weighs. The heaviest thing in my shop would probably be the plague masks, and what do they weigh? Like 800 grams or something, I guess. Yeah, We're gonna paint up the world or something. I don't know. Yeah, or someone else who's gonna send stuff there. That's actually not a bad plan at all. Okay, we're gonna do this in the same style as this one, some metallic and some checkers. So we'll do this one black, and we'll do the eyepiece in metal as well. So we'll paint that black. Oh, that's a lot of water in that paint. You're not looking right now. I'm not. Pixels open his web, his Etsy store like one person browsing. And thank you very much. Yes, I like those plague masks as well. They are pretty cool. Which is kind of horrifying when you think about it. It's like, look, these masks. It's basically like saying people in the, because we're literally living in a world where we wear plague masks, except that it's not a plague and the masks that we are using work, but still. So sitting there and sitting here and going like, "Whoa, plague masks!" It's a bit odd. I think it's called mixed feelings. Then of course the plague masks would work today for a lot of things, except they would be very hard to clean. Like war weapons and fighting each other, yeah. But orcs aren't, as far as we know, or not yet, real anyway. But yeah, you do have a good point with that, actually. We do talk a bit of, there's a lot of violence talking. There's a lot of violence being discussed in miniature gaming streams, or miniature painting streams. We're all up for some fake violence, you know? Or real violence, I'm not judging. Yeah, not yet. Nobody has made orcs yet. As far as we know, it could have still have happened. Just somewhere out in the galaxy or another galaxy or something. Because when you start to look at it, we have really, really our knowledge of everything is pretty limited, because we can see so little of the universe. And that's just the observable universe. And then, oh yeah, it goes on and on and on. Oh yeah, like these ball joints round the what are they called when a surface is round in more than one direction? Whatever. This doesn't have that much lines in it from printing. Round things do, because they are very complex in how they bend. When I print this, I actually orient all the pieces on the print bed to print with as little support as possible, and to like get the layers in a good way. I mean, you could just print stuff and then deal with it, and I have sort of made it a thing to. That's why it's 33 parts, because I can orient things on the print bed in a way that I like them, that I think is efficient for me to work with. Like the post-printing process of dealing with sanding and stuff. So yeah, printing in its stuff is in itself whole different. Yeah. No, we haven't really scratched the surface even. We haven't even gotten close to seeing the surface basically. Because space is big. And space is so big that we can't really comprehend the scale of the universe or the observable universe. I mean, heck, we can't probably try, even if we can get the numbers, try to understand how big the solar system is. It's ridiculous. It takes the sunlight 8.5 minutes to reach this planet from the sun. Like what? But light is super fast. Yes, it is. But you know what? The sun, it's super far away. And that's still like within the realm of possibilities for us to sort of understand the distance. But trying to grasp the reality of how big space is. If you know a bit about how big space is, you know that Han Solo don't have to be worried about hitting another planet going to light speed. Depending on the stellar object density of the galaxy he is in, I guess, since Star Wars is not taking place in our galaxy. It's a galaxy far, far away. I wonder if far, far away is relative to like space distance far, far away, or what we would consider far, far away, because in that case they could just be the next galaxy over. Otherwise, far, far away in space? Oh my god, how far away is that? How far away and how far back in time is Star Wars, you know? These are the important questions we need to have answers to, goddammit. We want to know more about this historical thingy that has happened. Because it was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It's ancient history by now. There ain't no Luke Skywalkers no more. He's one of them blue thingies now, floating around poking his nose into people's business. Like a little blue shiny force ghosty smarty pants. Yes, thank you. Yes, Luke Skywalker is now an Ultramarine, indeed. That is exactly what I'm telling you. I'm laughing at what Studio Antea said. If you're not getting that, you need to listen more to Weird Al Yankovic. And if you like Star Wars, I really recommend that you're listening to Weird Al Yankovic, The Saga Begins. Because it's like a 5-minute song and he literally describes the whole of episode 1. But it's also Weird Al, so he hasn't really written the music. So it's done to the music of the song American Pie. Yes, it's as good as it sounds. It's really good pie. No, but The Saga Begins. It's 5 minutes. It's a normal length song, and it's episode 1 of Star Wars. A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away. And I think we'll stop there until, otherwise sort of copyright people will, and I will die. Naboo was under an attack. Yeah, indeed. Memory triggered. Enter the flashback machine. Okay. Time to put the layer of metal on the metal. This is gonna be so much faster. Why did I ever not do the other one this way? We'll see how good this will look when it's weathered down. I think it's gonna look pretty good. But it's gonna be a different yellow, and I like it. That's the way, Is it 3 or 5 seconds you can do? I don't remember. Because there's like a little bit you can like, you put the first washing? What? Did you go to do laundry? Do you washing something? Are you putting a wash on the model? What are you doing? What did I miss? Please tell me. Looks pretty badass like this. It's like, I'm a little bumblebee. I'm a little bit of a bumblebee, bumblebee, bumblebee. Oh god, bumblebee squigs. Would be, how awesome would that be to paint though? A striped squig. I should learn more medieval songs, and then I could just sit and sing all streams if I wanted to. Because they're so old, so they're not copyrighted. More medieval music for the Twitch. Flying squig. Well, there are flying squigs in 40k lore. There are pigeon squigs that they use like carrier pigeons, and they are often getting eaten by the hawk squigs. There are shark squigs. There is one type of squig for every occasion. There are also color squigs, if I remember correctly, that they used to make the yellow color and stuff with. Because orcs do in 40k does everything with squigs. So maybe we need some squig burgers as well to go with the rat burgers. Who knows what you can find in the underhive. In the Necromunda. There were actually, I don't know, there were comics that they actually, at one time, Games Workshop made, or somebody affiliated with them made comics about orcs and stuff. I have seen the pictures of basically like an orc flyer, looks like World War II plane or something, but more orcified, and he's like with the goggles and everything, and there's like some squigs flying around him. They used to do squigs for everything, back when Games Workshop were fun. I mean, there's never been models and stuff for it. It was just like a lore thing. But still pretty hilarious. Orc Society is pretty hilarious. and horrible if you're not an orc. Actually, can be horrible if you're an orc as well. Oh my god, my surf pad. I need to try and figure that. But yeah, I never really, because that was a serious question. Does Michirino need raking tools? Does Michirino plan on doing classic sculpting, we might call it, you know? Do you need all the tools? Let me know. And let me know if you're just sitting there shaking your head and wondering what the hell is this tool he's talking about. And that's just not for Mitch, that's for anybody. If you don't know what tool I'm talking about, let me know and we will do the showing and the telling of the tooling. And explaining why anybody who sculpts anything that is bigger than a Warhammer figure, especially if you're doing organic shape, but no. And if you're doing mold making, why you need to have rake tools in your toolkit. Oh wait, yeah, the teeth are the metallic part. I thought I did it wrong, but I did it right. Okay, so she needs all the tools. Check. That is a affirmative. 10-4. And I'm thinking there might be somebody out there who actually doesn't know what I'm talking about. So while we're waiting for the metal paints, to the first layer of metal paints to dry, and I think that's going to be the only layer of metal paints we're going to need, except for highlights, but for the base like this. I think we need that one. Well, everybody needs tools, Mitch. That's just how the world works. That's how the wheel spins. That's how the potatoes learn to fly. Big piece of chunky clay thingies. Which is just super duper duper duper. Yes, that's a banana shape. Don't ask. Unless you really want to know, because then you can ask. Okay. When you're making molds, practical to have a bit of clay that's has been used for making a mold of a small banana for show and tell. Okay. Surfaces need to be smooth. But wait, didn't you have a Glorious Games Workshop tool, Pixel? Wasn't that like the ultimate sought after tool of doom? Yes, but it's not the only tool you would want. And you can buy stuff, of course. I am a maker of stuff. Also, you are a genius, by the way. Yes, this is good for a certain thing, for poking and scraping and, you know, actually doing the sculpting. But if you need a surface to be smooth, you can't. This is not a sandwich. This is not going to work. It's going to be, you're still always going to get some dents and stuff in it. So to make things smooth, you use, well, I call it a rake tool. I don't know really what I will call it otherwise. You can see, yeah, it's blurry, but you can see, right? There are teeth here, mainly because I made this from a saw blade. But there's teeth here, like on a rake. You know, you're scratching the ground. So what you do with the rake tool is you're evening out the surface. You're removing all the high points, and yes, it gets very striped, but this surface is much easier to smooth out than a wobbly surface. So this is a tool to make, this is a tool that I need to put some glue in, because that wasn't stuck in there. Okay, that's the tool that needs some repairs. We have another one that's much finer tooth thumb, and then you can go across with that. And when you, I'm not going to do this to perfection, but because you see there's some gaps here still. But once you have done this, so the whole surface looks like this, it's somewhat smooth. And that's when you start with silicone, these, or even better, gosh darn it, I need a tool of the silicone kind. Somebody went lurking. I feel the lurk senses. No, I actually saw that. Bird, you will lurking. Okay. Then you can use your softer tools to start actually making the surface smooth. So these are for evening out surfaces, basically. And if you're sculpting a whole face, you're going to need this as well. So this is a good thing to have if you're sculptorinos, basically. And this one, okay. This one needs some fixing. It shouldn't be doing that. And you can also buy tools like that, I think. These are made from jigsaw saw blades, which is really cheap, which is always a good thing, right? Not spending all the monies. Do not spend all your monies. So that was a quick intermission of sculpting things, I guess, for some reason, because we started talking about tools. Now let's remove the clay, because we're not sculpting today. Not really, not much. But we needed to wait for the metal paint to dry anyway. All right, time to get dirty. I need some new dark brown colors. Yeah, so if you're just doing like green stuff things, you really don't need any of those rakes, because green stuff isn't a clay, it's a plastic polymer thingy. And it doesn't really behave exactly the same way. Do I have no chocolate brown left? Come on. I guess I could bring out the big brown, because I do like that one. Oh, no, we get some brown here. Yeah, here we go. Brownness achieved. Don't. I want this brush, I think. A little bit harder and a little bit wider. Just wiping off most of the paint, as per usual for me. We're going to start by dry brushing over all the sharp edges and corners. We can go a little bit over the flat surfaces and see if we can't dirty them down a bit while we are at it. Especially when we have done a little bit of brushing, because now we have very little paint in this brush. And it literally just gets drawn out of the brush over any sharp edges. to make some, yeah. Or if you end up buying a printer, you go to Thingiverse. There's a lot of texture rolls that you can just download and print for free. So we're gonna go in and shade and like glaze in shadows and stuff on this as well. I forgot to paint a couple of cables dark. Oh well. I just like to get this first like sort of layer of dirt in. Oh, we missed some yellow on the inside here as well. No, Thingiverse, just everything. All the tools you ever need. There's always somebody somewhere who's going to make the tools and upload them somewhere. So there are other free sites where you can download STLs and stuff from as well. But yeah, texture rollers you really don't need to buy or make more than printing, or have somebody print if you know somebody who has a printer or there's a printer service near you. Me, I like to cut everything out from XPS foam, so I haven't really done. I should really start printing out some texture rollers because it's good because you can use either air dry clay or like super sculpey, which you can bake in your own oven in your kitchen or whatever kitchen you have available, because then you can break those apart and use like parts of them for basing for models, like have a roller that makes like a good cathedral floor and then just break pieces of that and glue it on a base and put the model on for, I don't know, Space Marines and Sisters of Battle, if you want them to look like they're standing on, like defending on a monastery or whatever. So at some point I'm gonna need to start printing some texture rollers. Just filling in some places where I think I have been a bit too sloppy with the yellow. And this is why I like to have this masonite that you can see there's a lot of paint on it, because I use it to wipe off paint and test paint mixes on sometimes. Yeah, but number 3, I think when I paint number 3, I'm gonna prime it yet white, but then I am going to take some brown, just a few drops, and mix it into the yellow so it doesn't turn this bright. As I said, I don't really mind super much because I want them to be looking differently, but I also think that this is a bit too much. But we'll see. I might change my mind once we are through with this, because there's some layers of browns and stuff to go. It might just work out in the end. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you can hand scribe things into XPS foam, absolutely, and that works pretty nice and can be a really cool effect. But excuse me for a moment. Alright, let's see if we can get this in camera somehow. Right, because now I'm just gonna show off. So we're just moving. There we go. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, that's upside down. Sorry. Nope, I have to take it. Oh god, this mount is not super efficient. WAAAGH! Big McDan, hi, welcome in. Welcome to the WAAGH. We are taking a few seconds WAAGH break. Welcome in. Hi, welcome, and thank you for dropping in and WAAGing with us. I need to up the light. There we go. You think hand drawing cobbles take time? Hello Artsy, welcome in. Yeah, that's not hand scribed in. Those rocks, those little stones, all those flagstones are cut out by hand and glued on there. Oh yeah, give Big Mac Dance Club a shout out too if you would be so kind. Yes, WAAGH breaks are definitely key to apprentice blind, but we were talking about terrain making, and I just wanted to show off my my Malifaux table, which is just a couple of thousands of bits of XPS foam cut into. But let's get back to the WAAGing, especially now when we have another WAAGer here. Oh, you're most welcome for the shout out, man. You're most welcome. Hell yeah. Alright, so which way do I turn you again? I don't remember. Oh yeah, that's the way. Let's get back to doing the WAAGH. So this is the first guy. Oh, now that this light was pretty good for this as well. Nice. The first deff thread, and we are just getting started painting the second one. Thank you. Yeah, that's just the first one I built is a bit more crazy because it has actually cobblestones on it, a long road across the whole table, and those cobblestones are like 5 millimeters. So yeah, labor of love. But imprinting, like in the Express, is also, but texture rollers. If you're gonna do imprinting and not cutting, texture rollers is definitely a really good plan. So we're just doing all the dirt. That's what we're doing right now. All the dirt. All the first layers of dirt, and then we'll go in and we'll do some glazing for shadows and fixing. I just want like a good dirty surface to start working from. And yeah, this was also a good exercise in showing people how you could easily paint yellow. Because this is, I'm gonna call it 2.5 layers, but it's basically, let's call it 3 layers because that's not a huge amount of paint anyway. 3 layers of yellow paint. This hobby taught me patience. Yes, I was mad before, but this just brought out my madness. Should I ask? Yeah, I think I might have it on my Instagram as well, but otherwise, yeah, we could ask her if, yeah, because I sold my first Malifaux table, but I have pictures of it otherwise as well for later. But they might also be on Instagram. I'm not sure. They should be. If I didn't post that table on Instagram, I'm an idiot. So how are you then, Danskol? Are you, everything okay? Are you good? Have you done anything else funny since I last saw you? Which, to be fair, was like, was it yesterday or 2 days? I think it was 2 days ago I popped in on you, actually. And Big Mac Danskol. If you know Warhammer 40k Orcs, you kind of might figure out that he does orky stuff because his name is Big Mac. Literally, it's literally in his name. But otherwise, he's another streamer here on Twitch, and he paints models and stuff. Another cool and a nice place to hang out on when you're online. Ooh, flash kits. Oh yeah. Ooh, new emotes. That is awesome. That is super cool. Oh, thank you for following. Why did I pick up yellow? Thank you for following him. Sausage. So yeah, I don't know how much I have had chance to talk about this with you, but these are. Oh yeah, I showed you a couple of days ago. We looked at the. So these are the partly 3D printed, scratch built deff dreads in my budget army, and I think it actually would be a budget army even if I had to buy the 3D printer, because deff dreads are not super cheap to buy. I would have bought them if I had the money, but I'm starting up my own business making stuff and just don't have the budget to buy like 9 deff dreads. Though would I buy orc models, I probably will use 9 deff dreads. I haven't played Warhammer 40k in quite a while and wanted to get back in it now. Because why not get back into a war game when you can't meet people and don't have money, you know? Why not? Why do things the easy way? But I wanted to get back, so I started to look around to make lists, and then I made a list and I realized, because I'm not the only one around here that wanted to get back into 40k, so we were deciding to like aim for 1,000 points and go from there. And I realized 9 death threats and a Big Mac, that's 1,000 points. Yeah. Yeah, and I made, as we discussed also, now that I remember that I actually talked to you about this, they do have the same sort of aesthetic as the original ones, so even if I make more then, buy more or whatever, work with other models from Games Workshop, these are gonna fit pretty well in. I think that's a good first Dirty Dirts. Dirty Dirts, we're gonna have some more Dirty Dirts. Yeah, because they're like, in Swedish money it's like 400 crowns, so I guess they're like 30, are they like 35 euros or something? I don't know, but yeah, buying 9 of them at the same time. Well, then again, you don't have to buy them all at the same time. You can buy like a couple a month, I guess, and keep building and painting them. But filament is still cheaper, so here we are. Here we are. Oh, has this already started to be that dry? I need water, more water. And it's also a little bit of good advertising if I can show that if I wanna build models for things or for people or for movies or whatever, that here's my design process. This is the amount of time it will take me to produce a model on the computer and then print it and then finish it off with paint and everything. So it's good for marketing as well. So you know, it's all good. And now we want this paint to be pretty wet, because now we are gonna go and slather on some of it around panels and everything, and then we'll have a, oh, that's a damp brush to spread it around a bit so it doesn't get so thick. Yeah, because I mean, there's no way you can build 9 deff threads from Games Workshop quickly or super quickly and paint them and stuff anyway. So buying 9 of them at the same time is probably not optimal anyway. But you know, I also have had a tendency in the past, like I wanted this army, so I'll buy the whole army, because I'm pretty good at speed and batch painting if I need to. So I can pretty quickly turn around, do a quick turnaround on an army without too much of an issue. I know that a lot of people don't or can't. People don't like speed or batch painting. We talked about this here in the stream earlier. Oh, there's the brush. But I both kind of like it and can work with it very well. Just getting some greasy dirt in on the greasier places. Oh, yes. Oh yeah. We need to make this black. We forgot about that. Again. It's like 3 times in a row we forgot about it. So I'm just doing it in the middle of dirtification. And then of course I was like, what am I going to do to get to 2,000 points then? Oh, I know. I'll scratch build my own Morkanauts. I like a Mecha Dread or something. That's gonna be cool. So that's like, once this is done and all is well, that's probably what's gonna happen in the end. Okay, this is almost like a wash now, so we might as well bring out the washes, I think, to do this instead. Lurk, turning down the volume of the stream and listening to good music and play some with my new tools. See you later, alright? Laters. Yeah, I will definitely see you later. Where are my washes? Oh, they are at my paint shelf, of course. Which is slightly inconvenient, not near where I'm sitting painting. But I have all my paints back there, like all the normal hobby acrylics and stuff as well. This is not my normal earth shade. This is the old empty earth shade. Oh my lord. I have to get up again. So where's my earth shade then? Here's my earth shade. There is my actual earth shade. Some earth shade and some oils. Yeah. This one is definitely more shiny. That's because it was primed white and then just slathered in nice yellow paint. Yeah, there we go. Just getting some shadows around some of the areas here. The first one was actually primered black, and then I used brown, and then I painted up from brown. And then I realized, hey, I should just use white primer and then dirty it down more instead once we're done. So I'm just picking out these little rivets that we have everywhere. Just a few drops of this shade, and it will pool around there and shade that, and we can use that on the bigger bits here too, and around all the joints, just to pick that out. sort of edges where there are these sharp edges where we want some softer shadows, and dirt. And these guys have a lot of rivets, so there's a lot of this to do to make them pop out a bit more. And then you can just go in with the semi-moist or a semi-dry brush and just suck up the excess so it doesn't, because we don't want like a big splotch. You're gonna have to call it a night. Yeah, all right. Starting crash out. 3M there. Oh, thank you for the share, for the bits, and good night as always. It has been awesome to have you hanging around here and chatting with us. You sleep well, and I'll see you in someone else's chat or maybe back here on Thursday for the Cyclops visor build that got inspired. We got inspired to want to make the last Thursday, so that's gonna be fun. So if anybody else is just recently come in as well, I'm just gonna say that I stream 3 days a week here, and hi and welcome. If you are lurking in the background and I haven't had the chance to say hi and welcome, I am Pixel, and on this channel I stream 3 times a week, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. And on Saturdays it's miniature day, so we're building miniatures, and in this case right now that means I'm building these deff threads for myself until I get a big some kind of a commission to do something. I am a full-time commission maker of things, so it's not just Warhammer stuff or miniature stuff. On Thursdays the stream is dedicated to making props and cosplay things or prop replicas or whatever floats our boat, or whatever might be on my commission table. Cheers, Pixel. Yeah, see you around. Yeah, sleep well, my friend. So on Thursdays we do props and prop replicas and cosplay things, EVA foam 3D printed things, depending on what I want to make or what I am commissioned to make. On Fridays we do terrain and scenery for wargaming, but it could technically be any sort of house diorama building as well. Same there, depending on what's on my table at the moment and what I can show off or what I want to build if I don't have anything in that commission slot. Right now we are on Fridays making a challenge build from yet another streamer here on Twitch, who is called Studio J7, and he has a monthly challenge this month that is called Bin Bag Build Off, and that's basically make a piece of terrain for a game or something made out of scrap, things going to the bin, things that you were gonna throw away, or as I like to say it, things that people normally would throw away. I have a few boxes full of stuff that would be considered bin worthy for most people, but since I build things for a living, I tend to save up on a lot of things. But basically the challenge is build something not made of just bits and terrain bits that you have bought from somewhere. So we're doing that on Fridays. And the coming Thursday we will be doing a visor for the X-Men character Cyclops, because I made last Thursday, well, this Thursday that was, yeah, last Thursday, I made a cyberpunk inspired mask, goggles, visor, whatever we're going to call it, and somebody said, hey, that reminds me of Cyclops. And then it was like, yeah, we'll make that. So Thursday come, we will do some Cyclops building things. And that's not a commission, that was just an idea somebody said in chat, and I thought it was cool, so I'm gonna make it. If I build something on stream and it's not like these for my personal use or for a client, you can buy them either by talking to me in the chat right now or when that happens, or you can look into my Etsy shop where I put up things that I have made. Right now there's nothing that is miniature related. There are some leather masks, there are a couple of the cyberpunk masks, there are going to be more of those. I have 2 to put up and 1 to finish. You vacuumed a bit? Oh my god! You survive. First you come on and survive an exploding shower door, and then you just go and do all your chore thingies at home. Damn, you're tough. You are tough. That is hardcore right there. Yeah. So I'm still doing the same thing with the rivets and everything. Adding some dirt and grime. Some shading. I'm gonna start on details. Details in the dirt suit. So yeah, that's why I'm blabbering on about a lot of other things, because there's not much more to say about this. You had a bowl without any milk. Nails without any milk? How does that taste? That's just gonna be weird. But also makes you hard as nails, I guess, so yeah. Num. It tastes num, apparently. Oh, there's a lot of dirtification that needs to be done under. I think we're gonna dry brush that first. And then we're gonna start doing more and more streaking from like where water has run, like here for example. More dirt, more dirt! It's like more Dhaka but with dirt. That's what we need right now. Then we'll do some checker patterns or something, orky as well, of course, on this one. Maybe not on the same way as we did on the first one. Maybe we'll just do on one arm. I don't know. We will. I'm pretty much making up a lot of this as I go along. I look at it and it's like, that area is too bright. Let's dirt it down there. So there's more of an idea of what I want it to look in the end than an actual plan. If anybody is also interested in their own custom deff threads, I will either print them and sell them to you, so you can put them together yourself and decide where all your rivets go. I can print them and build them, and I can print them and build them and paint them. So there's a few different levels. The STLs, if you want to print them yourself, are going to soon be available in my Etsy store. And if you want to know what that looks like all the printed parts, you let me know in chat, because I have one printed out, which is deff thread number 3. So I can show you live right now what that looks like when it's just printed and not put together or sanded or anything like that. So if you want to know how that looks, let me know in the chat. Until then, I'm just gonna keep on painting, keep on painting, paint, paint, paint. And this wash is also excellent of just getting onto big flat surfaces, because it will sort of dry like a thin layer of brown, making it look dusty and dirty, which is absolutely fantastic. And then back to some dry brushing, but we need some more brown for that. I wonder how the camera would work from here. Well, from that side. Oh yeah, just the face cam. Yeah, because I'm above is okay, but it also, like, I have to show and do this. If I have a camera going from sides here, I could actually just, people could just see what I'm more or less exactly what I'm seeing while I'm painting it. So we'll experiment with that a bit as well, I guess. But first, oh, there we go. First, I need to get some better lights in here. I think I'm gonna, when I come home, I'm gonna sit down with my computer and I'm gonna do some Amazon shopping, maybe, with look for some LED strips so I can build myself a light setup. And then we'll go in and highlight the metals, and yeah, there's quite a bit left to do. Don't know if we will be finished with this one today. I would, well, the base won't be finished anyway, so that's because I'm gonna, this has a very thin flat base that I printed, and I'm gonna print those bases for all of them instead of these sort of thicker bases, because I liked how that looked when it was standing on the table. Basically, so that's gonna be happening. And we're just dry brushing over the metal as well, because that's gonna get dirtified. That has to be dirty as well. Some parts, like these ball joints, are gonna get another layer of metal paints on it though, because they are a moving part. They're basically for the arms to articulate, which means they will get scraped a bit and there will be a bit shinier metal on them. And I don't even have to highlight these hoses that I painted black, because I just dirtied them down and they get like some nice textured color on them, which is very nice. And the feet that are walking through the mud and the battlefield will also, of course, be very dirty. Yeah, now the yellow starts to look not so different. I'm gonna have to do some new yellow on some of the darker parts there and here though. But that's okay, a few glazes of yellow is gonna sort everything there, so you don't get this weird thick line there. Yeah, so if you want light colors, don't prime black. For those of you who were here when we started painting this, you know exactly what I'm talking about, because I spray primed this with a white primer, and then I painted literally well, let's call it 3, because I went back in with some paint, but 3 layers of yellow to get the shiniest yellow you have ever seen. Oh wait, that's the wrong paint, the wrong water. We need the clean water. Just glazing in some watered down yellow to take away some of the sharp dark colors that I didn't really like. This will not turn the surface super yellow, but it will matte down the browns that in some places might be a bit strong. Sort of lift out the yellow a bit more. Okay, that was just water now. There's yellow. Had you forgotten you had an extra donut today? That there were donuts left? I've been thinking about that donut for a while now. But I'm glad it's a perfect time to discover your donuts. Because as you see, well, if you can see the brown here, I think it's a bit too strong, so we're just going to take some yellow and go over it. And once that dries, it's still going to read as a dirty brown surface, but it's not going to be overly so. And I want the face to show off a bit, so I'm going to focus on getting some more yellows in there. Just take a step back, basically, and look at it from a distance. Because that's the thing. If you're not painting for display or for a competition or whatever, if you're painting for it to look cool on the table when you're playing, you should always view your result of painting something at the distance you will look at it when you are playing the game. That means put it on the table, stand up, and have a look at it from the player's perspective. Hello, Shessa, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. That is very kind of you. It is very appreciated. So I need to shower because I need to clean my whole body because of wounds, but also scary shower. Oh yeah, I got wounded in the shower and now I have to go back in to clean off the wounds from the shower. I see your problem, but you know what? You have proven that you are hard as nail and that you're cool. I don't know why I'm looking at the chat. I should be looking at the camera, right? But I'm looking at the chat because that's where I'm reading your text. Okay. You are hard as nail and you are cool and there's not a shower in this verse that can stop you. And thank you for that. Yeah, I said that. Thank you for the follow. Shesa Gaming, welcome in. I know that name. I know that name. It's like Theoden, but I don't know your face. I know your name instead. Kind of thing. Nice to see familiar new names, and it's nice to see familiar names, and yeah. No, there's no shower in the verse that can stop you. If that shower tries to explode on you, you just explode right back on it. Okay, I'm running out of remade Firefly quotes now. Just saying. So don't expect too many more of those. Just picking out the top of all these rivets that we have been dirtying down so they don't look like brown lumps. I want them to have a bit of yellow popping going on, so they pop, 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 pop. Oh, talking about Thingiverse, I wonder if there's a toothpaste squeezer on Thingiverse so I don't have to model one. Though I have modeled most of it, but still. But still, you never really know, do ya? Maybe there already is one and I don't have to bother. Or maybe there is one and I don't like it and I still have to bother, but it's good to know. It's another thing I'm gonna have to check when I get home. Or when I eat some food later on after the stream. And as per usual, if you're wondering what I'm doing, if you want to know something about what I'm doing, feel free to ask questions. And if you are a crafter maker person, feel free to drop a link to your to something cool that you've made, posted on like Instagram or something. Make sure you are aware of the terms of service for Twitch because you do not want to break those. Don't break the rules. But we are a very link-friendly chat. And we do enjoy seeing what amazing things you other folkerinos are up to. So feel free to post your work. Funny, you like, oh, it's yellow, now we'll paint it dirty again, and then we're like, too dirty, let's go back with some yellow. Too yellow, let's go back with some dirt. But all these layers, especially if they are like kind of see-through layers, are gonna help so much because I can still see a bit of the streaking here, so it's gonna look like it's been through quite a lot in the end. Gonna go in with some brown mixes around here where it should be more dirty, I think. More dirt on the feet. Dirty, dirty feet. Dirty, dirty feet. Badass Mitch. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell to the yeah. Not everybody can just randomly survive exploding shower doors. Okay? I bet people have died from that. And you're just like, meh. Meh. Hairstyle change. Hairstyle challenge. Choose your hair. Do some extra dirt. dirty, dirty. Some extra dirt, dirty little dirt. Do some light streaking with a wash, or well, I guess it's a shade as they call it now. Then we're gonna let that dry just a little bit, just for like not even a minute. And then we're gonna go in and soak most of that up. I'm gonna leave like a little streak mark. It's not gonna be super visual at all, but it's gonna be there. And it's gonna, even if you don't actively see something, putting down stuff like that sometimes. Oh, that's a lot. Ah, we can fix that. We have fixed it before. We have the technology and all that. Just wanted to stipple on some dirt. Simulate a little dust. Dusting down the metal so they're not too shiny. The claws a little bit, but we're gonna go in with the highlight metal there as well, of course, because they are also used a lot, and that means they should be a bit shinier. And then we can go in with some streaking with actual paints. We can do the same thing there. We'll let it dry for just a little bit. And then we take a damp brush and we feather the edges a bit so it doesn't look so painted. Just using some water to dissolve a bit of this brown spot that I managed to make there. See? Now it's just brownish and dirty again. Streak, 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 streak. Just imagine, because at some point it's probably going to be out in the rain. So just imagine where all the water running down, it will pool up and collect all the dirt it pulls down with it. That's where you want to put your dirt, like on top here, because the water comes down, it runs down to here, and then it runs along the edge and down the sides. And if it's not a lot of water, it's going to run in under because of the surface tension, and once it gets heavy enough, it's just going to start running down. If you want references for a paint job like this, old construction equipment and machines, it's really good to Google up, or farm equipment. But just for yellow, construction equipment is pretty good because there's a lot of construction machinery that is actually yellow. So you get the real deal. But it does. Does it? Yeah, a little bit. Well, you'll see on the picture if you look at Instagram later, maybe, or something. It is a different yellow, but it's also a different yellow color that has been used, so I'm not so very surprised about that. Since it's an orky thing and they just randomly put colors, and I mean, if these are not from an orc perspective or game perspective or lore perspective or whatever we want to call it, if these are not built at the same time, there is no reason why they should have the exact same color. There's no reason for it. It's not like orcs have a standard formula for paint, I would say. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Let's do something with the metals then. We'll let all that brown, so we don't smush it around and mix it up too much. We'll leave that alone for a bit. Just gonna go in on these ball joints and paint them back to natural steel, which is the color we have painted them in. And it's not super, it's a little bit visual now, but it's not going to be super visual. So we're going to go in with a lighter metallic color, or rather we're going to mix in a lighter metallic color in this natural steel paint. We'll go back and do almost like a metal wash on the top of those claws, those, and then the teeth thingies. They are gonna get to a lot lighter metal stage because they are, and then we're gonna dirty them down again. But we need some extra highlights and stuff on that because those are literally not in battle the same they should be. Oh, okay. Here we go. Bye bye, cool boy thingy bot. It's been a while since I had a bot in here. I guess I am small enough as a channel for the bots to think it's gonna work or something. Well, the bot programmers, let's say that. The bots don't really think that much for themselves, I would say. Some more yellows. Just to make it a little bit, well, yellow, I suppose. Time to mix up some naturals. Where's this? There's the natural steel, and then we'll go bright as hell and just add some silver to that. I like that the bot is like, you want to be famous, but we're still we're spelling it with like not like famous. We're using like, sometimes they even use Swedish letters. So the Twitch filters won't pick up on wanna buy followers. It's because it says really something according to them. It's not the same word. Their filters are pretty crap actually. If they can't make a filter that blocks out the same looking words because it has a dot over it, it's a pretty bad filter. That Twitch, maybe you could look into that, Twitcherinos, eh? The sad thing is that some people are so desperate to grow their channel quickly that they probably click on those links and stuff like that, you know. Also, click.ru, you actually, bot people, if you're actually listening on a channel, no sane person will click on a Russian link from a bot. Sadly, some people are so desperate to grow their channels that they are not sane anymore in that respect anyway, and click those links. Because do you know how I know that they do that? Because nobody would waste money, time, and whatever on making bots that didn't work. Yeah, you should get some Alvedon as well. That is true. Doubling up on your pain medications with medications that are double uppable is a pretty decent thing to do when you are in pain. I'm having a hard time being happy with his face area. Well, if as long as the medications work with each other, because some medications are of the same type, and over medicating on medications are bad for your continued longevity and health. So ibuprofen and paracetamols can work together, but you can't like take two different paracetamols and have a double effect. And you can also not take them too often, at least 6 hours between medications. Otherwise you're just gonna mess up the effects anyway. Let's do some slight streaking around some of the parts here. But if yeah, man, you can take like, well, if you have them, I guess. Don't try and go and get them, but you can take morphines, and you can take Alvedon, and you can take Iprians at the same time. But don't try score like morphine, because that's bad for you. Okay, that's a prescription thingy. I like how I was going to do metal, and then I saw some areas and I started doing them instead. Yay! Well, hopefully your pain will subside shortly, so you don't have to be in pain and don't have to take too much pain medications. I'm gonna paint red into the eyes, I think, to make them stand out a bit more. And then on the inner metallic parts on the arm joints, we're gonna do some shading with null oil. And we want to highlight up the hydraulics because they are in use, which means they would be pretty clean, because they are moving parts. I still can't get. I mean, literally, just did you close it and it exploded? Did it just randomly explode? The whole glass door? I'm sorry if it keep coming back to that, but it's just crazy. Who would build a door for a shower that can literally kill people? That's just bad marketing, guys. It just kaboom. All right. Jeez. No. That is really weird and scary. A very, very, very thin sort of glaze of the brown in there because it looked a little bit too yellow and bright. I mean, it's not only dirty in here, it's going to be shaded as well. So this area should really not be so perky and bright. It's not like you maybe going to see it a lot, but you need to say, yeah, you go and shower. Be careful. Can't believe I am having to say that to somebody and really mean it. Stupid shower. Okay, let's do a little yellow up here. Just yellow that up a bit. We still want it quite dirty in there. Oh my gosh. Down here, this foot is like not dirty at all. Let's dirtify it. And then we can go in and do some more shadowy, dirty things. Let's get some red out. So let's do some flat red for the eyes. Oh, one of these are gonna have a whole face in just checkers, I think. That's gonna look cool. Not this one though. Let's null this up a bit. Get some harder shadows in some places where I do believe we should have some. Also, we are literally going to use it as an oil, which is a funny thing when it's called null oil. We're going to grime up these metallic parts, which are going to be very grimy, and I want some deeper shadows in them. And then we're going to do a little bit again of the natural steel on them to bring a little bit more contrast into it. Oh, let's grab some actual black paint for this cable here that I had missed. Yeah, you were out of body and the glass shards were in your body. Holy hell. And then I want to, yeah, some panel lines and things, do some lining with the, oh, we need some more dirt, or we need some more paint in there, and I think we need some more paint in the end. So yeah, there's a few places where I need to go in with some more yellow. And then we go in with browns afterwards to dirty it down. I can see there's some white still on the weapon. It's just not the lights shining on it, it's actually a bit white there even. And then we can do some little streaking with the black from these sockets. Do some shading on the metallic part of the eyes. Starting to look a bit menacing. Soon time to put this one away a bit, let all the paint dry and then go back and have a look at it. But there were some yellow places that needed some yellow paint, so let's go through that first. Like parts of this top hatch needs yellow as well, not because it's missed out on the yellowness, but because it's a bit too brown for me. Too much of that dirty brown color up on the edge here, for example. So we're just on this sort of ledge here. Oh, that's where we put down the black, and it's not really dry yet. Okay. Let's not go too far back. Let's just keep working on the other parts for now then. And then decide where I want checkers, because it's just yellow like this. I think it looks a bit bland. There's not enough interesting things going on here for me. So we need some dags, or we need some checkers or something. And we need to highlight up some areas, because otherwise all that brown is just gonna look brown everywhere, and that's, we want the dirt to stand out so it looks like dirt and not like the whole thing is just brown. In the end, is the sort of look that I'm going for. Need some more washes around this gun here. We need to do some black lining inside the eyes there. Maybe put a little lens flare to make it pop out a bit, or we will build up some kind of a lens that's probably even better. I don't know. We'll see. We will see in the end. We need a time to start doing some checkers, so we're gonna get a gray. Thank you, and thank you super much for popping in and hanging out a bit. I really appreciate that. I'll pop in on you again sometime soon, and we can continue all the WAAAGHing. Have a good day, and I'll catch you at another time. either here or in at your place, so to speak. So the gray is I'm gonna do the checkers, and I really don't want to have to paint white on black. So I'm gonna paint everything in a light gray, and then I'm gonna paint in, yeah, and then I go back with black and paint a pattern for squares, like a grid basically, and then we will start filling in these squares in this grid to make the checker pattern. I need the face to be more yellow compared to the other dude, and it's just mucky brownish yellow now. So I'm gonna put in quite a lot of yellow, and then we will try and dirt it down in a more sensible fashion. That makes sense to anybody? Makes sense to me anyway. Make everything else pop a bit as well. I want the face to sort of be a main feature. So we can highlight, well, not highlight, but we can lighten up the colors around the face a bit as well. We can go in with some pretty stark shadows on the sides here later. We're gonna need a couple of more layers of yellow paint though. That is for sure. Okay, while we are remembering this, we're gonna do the extra wash that we needed to do on this weapon. Not some just for the dirt, but also some shading was really needed on the back here. Started on that shadow. The thing with making random dirt is that you don't want it to look too random, because it looks like you try to do something random. It can be really tricky. It can be really tricky to make something look random. I mean, this was just plain sweet old yellow from the start, so that's that, and that wasn't very hard to make. But once we started to doing all of this, it became a totally different thing. Oh yeah, we were also filling up the little ledge or whatever we're gonna call it here. This rim is the word I'm looking for. Around the hatch there. In some places, sometimes you can just see the edge of where it has been a wash, a shade color, and that's when the sides of the area is darker than the middle, because it dries. There's more pigments in the edges because it dries there quicker. It gets more condensed into a solid paint, and that's why we earlier we removed. We like put on a wash and then we let it be for a bit and then we removed it, most of it, and that's because we're trying to avoid that line that you get so easily otherwise. I soon back up to a smooth yellow, and then we can start to carefully this time dirtify him again then. Okay, let's do a checker pattern then. Then we're going to need to fix that gray field, and then we'll take a almost white or maybe even a white and mix it down to make the white fields pop out a bit more. Okay, so we'll make one shoulder checkered, I think. I also like the checkered line. Oh, we could do the checkered line. Sorry, we could do the checkered line like this on the front instead of going like that. So they look a bit different from one another. We needed to put some black in on the sides here where I messed up. Oh gosh, I'm messing up these eyes so hard. Should I just done a black wash with the null oil in there maybe? Okay, if you get the wrong color or something happens, quickly add a lot of water to it so it doesn't dry off quickly, and then take a brush and suck some up, wipe off the brush and go in with the brush again until it's all gone. Almost like it's never there. It was never there. Almost like it was never there. Oh yeah, we did a lot of null oil on the teeth on the other one, so I guess we're gonna do it on this one as well. And you can also see there's a lot more brown on his on those areas. So we're gonna dry brush some dusty brown. To create that sort of weathered effect. And these parts are going to be shiny because they are movable parts, as we mentioned here before, maybe once or 75 times, I don't know. A little bit anyway. So just a dry brush or a thin layer, so you can still see the metallic shining it through a little bit, because that's how it would work. You know what, I think we might actually have time to finish the painting on the model itself and then just have the base to do. And I'll do the base probably off camera as well. And next week we will be getting, in a week's time, next Saturday we will be building deff thread number 3. And then I have built all the parts on stream for all the dreads, and then I can start working with them a bit more off stream, so I can actually have an army at some point. But all the VODs get uploaded to YouTube, so one can always go there and have a look at all the steps I have done to build this. And then for those who are in the field of 3D printing things, the STLs, as I said, will be on my Etsy store in a little while. I just need to basically I want to reorient all the bits, because I do it when I print it, I do it in the slicer, but I want to do it so all the bits in each individual STL file is made in the way I print them, like as little supports as possible, and thinking about where the print lines are going to be and stuff like that. And then I want to have a couple of pictures or images to show where all the different parts go, like a little quick instruction that comes with the STL. Well, the STLs, there's 33 parts. Some of them are double up, so that's also going to be like in the instructions, like you need to print 2 of these, because the arm joints and everything is the exact same. And oh yeah, I'm also going to have some pictures of the finished dread, but also completely assembled, complete assembly of the printed parts, so people can see it, how it can look, so they like have something to compare to if they buy and download and buy the STLs. They're not going to be, I haven't set the price yet, they're not going to be extremely expensive, because it's just going to be the STL, so there's a little bit of work doing the instruction thingies, but then everything is just going to be able to roll on from there, basically. So if you are interested, otherwise, as I said, I will make and sell these either as just the printed parts directly from the printer, and that will be a print on demand sort of thing. There will be option to buy it mounted together, or rather buy it and then have me send me a message, and we'll talk about how you want it post, if you have any preferences. And then we will have one with built weapons on, because the weapons and stuff doesn't come really with the STLs. So we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna have sort of this. If you want like a final scratch build, all you don't want to build or paint or anything, I'll do commissions on those as well as all the other funny things that I build and can be of service in building. Yeah, but just those checkers does so much for me. Oh wait, I need some of that on the teeth. You found a... That's okay, let's call it funny. Because everything else would just be sad, but that's... wow. Was it like just stuck on there, or did you actually like have a shard of glass that somebody missed and it was like in... You're having an adventurous day today, aren't you? You are having a adventurous day today, Mitch. Damn. And still you are okay. In case you ever doubted your own awesomeness and coolness. All right, well, you just have to be the most interesting person, aren't you? Oh my God. I'm glad you're okay, that it's just like a little pain and a few stitches in a way. I'm very glad to hear that. Because damn. Oh, well. We've almost finished painting a whole dread today. That's pretty cool. The other one too also was basically finished in one go, so I guess it takes about 5 hours or so. If I am streaming, I'm gonna say it takes 2.5 to 3. I say I'm gonna do this. I could paint one of these up to a good standard in 3 hours easily. But the interaction, the bragging about gaming boards, and all that shenanigans. Marvel over the cool people I have in my chat that can win a fight against the exploding shower doors and all that other stuff. Takes a bit of time, which is okay. I like it. I wouldn't be streaming if I didn't like the interactivity of it. I think I could stream doing just about whatever thing I wanted to do, because it's just nice to be streaming. It's nice that it's very regular now, and it's several days with different things. I thought that was gonna be, and it actually, well, it was a bit, and it still is a bit like, oh, I have to do this today, because today I was just thinking about all the cosplay stuff. So it's also good because it forces me to like, you have to focus on this today because this is what you're doing today. So that is, it's really good to have that for me, anyway. For me. Whoa! Hey, he's trying to run away or he's trying to attack me. I can't really decide. Some of this black wash on the metal parts. A little bit, mostly on the claws. I want them to have some more depth in the way they look. Even some of this shade on the underside, because Ta-da! That should be shaded. Because in general speaking terms, light comes from above, like sunshine and stuff are quite often coming from the aboves. Yeah, we redid this yellow because the shading became weird. And just glazing over with some shading here and there, because it's so thin, so it's not going to read as black, but it's going to read as a dark, like with the brown colors around it. It's just going to read as different brown basically in the end. Then we need to highlight the teeth, and we need to still fix that eye. Deeper shading in some few places. Because what the black wash does, it just darkens everything down. So it's going to read as a darker, well, a little bit darker shaded area. Which is, I guess, why it's called a shade. Ta-da! Okay, highlights on the teeth, fixing up the eye. We'll start with the eye and see if we're gonna mess that up again. Oh, that worked out a bit better. We put in a bit of white or light glob in there to create like a lens, like it's a glass lens. Yeah. No tight fitting clothing. What? Oh, that's a lot of paint there, Pixel. Okay, before we mess that up too much, let the black in the eyes dry. Let's highlight the teeth and eye sockets one last time. Maybe, we'll see. But the plan is that it's the final highlight. But plans don't always work, so we'll see. So far that works. Okay, let's do a little tricky. Here we go, a couple of like dots in there. It's just gonna go, there's a reflection. And then we'll do a couple of checker lines thingies. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely time for some better lighting for the painting area. Starting to feel my eyes being a bit like, I don't like this anymore. But it's okay, I'm not gonna stream. I mean, the stream lasts as long as till 7, I'd say. That's the 5-hour mark of the stream, and it's announced to be 5 hours. And yesterday I stopped an hour early because I was so tired. But it was also a very energetic and awesome stream, so I don't mind so much. Yeah, it's really starting to get there, isn't it? I'm really starting to like this, especially with the eyes. Now that we have some reflections in there, we need some more shading on this eye. But thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, whoa! I have almost broken off another. I always want to say chimneys because they point up. Exhaust. It's an exhaust. It's a machine, not a house pixel. Lucky the paint is thick enough or something there, so it actually is stuck anyway. Yeah, and then during the week sometimes I'll probably base it, and then next Saturday we're gonna build deff thread number 3. And now I cannot paint anywhere near that because then I will absolutely ruin the brush. I have already ruined one brush this week doing exactly that, actually. The accidental dipping your brush into super glue and it goes whoosh, and then it's basically well, it's not a brush anymore, it's I don't know what it is, it's a clump of glue with some furry bits in it. Yeah, all right. Yeah, we're doing the checkers on the shoulders. That's what I was like. We were doing something. And when I noticed I had broken it again. But I broken it in a different place, so it's okay. Because like, am I still in camera? I am. need to do some cleanup with black there before we go in with the white, but it's roughly the right shape. Basically, it's, oh, these ones are not. Okay, we're gonna make this a bit more square like that. Yeah, we talked about this in one of your streams, Fabio. Paint drying. You can see this side is already dry. That's how fast miniature acrylic paints dry. They're really quick drying, which can be actually challenging sometimes when you want to try and blend things. Making a mess of every pass I go now, so we'll see if we go to all the way to 7 or if we're stopping soon. But I also kind of want to get this, because there's so little left to do on this now. And I want it to be done. This top line is pretty messy. Let's see if we can't. And now I'm doing like a gray line on top of all of it, and that's because I am going to repaint some yellow there, and I don't fancy trying to paint the yellow over black. And then of course we're gonna have to dirty that down a bit, but I wanted to even out the top well, line, I suppose we can call it. Okay, and now for you to now it's time for you to draw. Just feather that out a bit. This inner corner is super messy though. Okay, and then we can wait until that dries a little bit, so we can Well, that one side is quite dry, so we'll take the lighter gray with all the darkness and everything around it. It's gonna read more as a white because it's checkers, so we all sort of automatically look at it and think black and white. So if you do something like this and slight off-white or light gray, it's still gonna read quite much as white. And we're gonna do some dirtying down of this as well. Of course, we can't have like clean checker thingies. And it's the same thing with these checkers, and this these teeth need to be dirtied back down a bit. Not really super happy with how it looks in some places, but that might also just be me looking at it all the time. Sometimes to really see how it looks, you need to take a break from it. So once I get the last dirtying down, I'm pretty sure we're gonna call it, because there's no point in trying to start something new in the last like few 30 minutes or something. That doesn't feel like a practical thing to do. That would just be streaming for streaming, and I don't want to stream for streaming. I want to stream because it's fun. And I want to share the work and maybe hopefully help somebody with some information, or inspire someone to do their own thing. You can do your own deff threads without buying STLs and stuff from me, or maybe just for your own custom paint jobs. Maybe you are a huge fan of Evil Sons Orcs and would like something yellow, and have been put off by yellow because you have tried it didn't turn out well. Or you have heard all the horror stories about how hard it is to get a good coverage with yellow. And if you weren't here at the start, this is 2.5 to 3 coverings of the paint yellow over a white primer. And it was really, if you weren't here and you want to see it, look at the VOD after we stop. Just go back to the start and see how super shiny yellow this was. So all you Imperial Fist players, just don't prime dark colors. Prime it light gray or white, glaze over a few times with a yellow, and then you can start working on shadows. It's actually a lot easier than you would imagine in most cases. It's gonna take some work until you find a way that works well for you, maybe, but it's not as daunting or horrible as people claim it to be. Now I'm just doing some final weathering or dirtificationing. If I see some area that I don't like, I kind of like that his face is a bit dirtier than the other ones. Makes him pop a bit more in his own right, in his own way, against his kindreds. Oh. I love this hanging up the brushes. No risk of them getting, because storing brushes like this, bad, because all the water will run down there. Because even if you clean them, there's going to be water left in these bristles. So having them hanging is super cool. And very efficient. And it's super easy to do. You don't have to, you need some upholstery foam. That's all you need. And some glue and something to put the upholstery foam on. Basically. Okie doke. It's a bit dirtier in some places. I might revisit. I don't know. We'll see. They look kind of good together anyway. Different checkers, but still checkers. Same base model, but exhausts are different and so on. Oh gosh, that is super yellow though. We'll fix that later maybe, if that turns out to be like something that I don't like. 2 of 9. And if you're a Star Trek fan and me saying 2 of 9 doesn't reverb in your brain, then you're not a Star Trek fan. Well, you can be a Star Trek fan anyway. I'm not gonna gatekeep you from having to have knowledge to be a fan. You might not like that specific so itchy specific Star Trek. See, it's much more yellow up here than that one, so I don't know. But they're not gonna be the same. They don't look the same anyway. So yeah, go. 2 of 9. Next Saturday, 3 of 9 is going to get made, and once that has been put together, all the black parts, because I haven't done that on stream yet, I'm gonna just build these guys. I'm gonna print them out as I go along, and I might probably work on them on stream, but I won't limit myself to work them on stream, is what I'm trying to say. But that is 18:30. It's half an hour to my planned closing time or ending time. But the thing is, I don't have anything to do for 30 minutes. I'm not gonna start sanding things right at the end, you know. That's not what we want. Well, that's not what I want, anyway. So, I am gonna see where I want to drop you off today. Where do I want to drop you off? Who is on land? Roll 1. Hot Armories. Ooh, let's go and say hello to Buddy. I like that. Let's go and say hello to Buddy. So, thank you everybody who has dropped by. Who has hung around, who has lurked and worked and shared their amazing stories of weird things that can happen and have been supportive. Thank you for the bits to True Sausage. In case he watches the VOD, you still get a thank you, even if you're asleep, my Australian friend. That's just how we roll, okay? So, I'm clicking on that button for the raid, and then we're gonna... What? Am I spelling his name wrong? No, that... What? Did he change his channel? Oh yeah, you will definitely see me at home. Did Buddy change to Buddy's Minis on the channel as well? It's not Budgie Bop anymore? Oh my god. I have been fooled. I didn't even notice. Well, again, thank you everybody for a fantastic day again. I hope I will see you here in the chat again. So yeah, Thursday props, Friday terrain, and Saturdays orc boys down there. Mm, and yeah, let's go. Hey, Pixel, cheers for the raid, bro.